Almost ready to start, you guys. Almost ready to start.
I'll be back later. I'm gonna go get stuff done.
Do it.
So I'll be back.
See ya.
Well, the bills, if you need anything, text me.
Okay. Bye. All right, about ready. Oh, people are showing up. About ready to start here. Give me one moment. Oh my goodness, everything's such a mess. My mother would be very disappointed. All right. Let's get this show on the road. Hey everybody, welcome to the shop. I'm building my Titan armor. I got a whole bunch of stuff. Hold on. Bam! Worked on the shoulders last night. I'm pretty stoked about these. Okay. Big beefy looking shoulders. Yeah. For those who play, these are the Oblivion gauntlets or shoulders. And they go with these pieces here. These are the gauntlet parts. I may rebuild these. I'm not really super stoked about how these turned out. We'll see. We will see. Oh wait, were these the? These are the first ones I made. Oh, this was the test one I made. Here we go. Yeah, there's a little wonkiness going on here. I may rebuild these, but they have these sort of elbow. I didn't bring that one up. Here we go. These elbow spike things. So they go like that. And we got a little elbow thing. Check that out. Anyway, worked on these guys last night. Mostly just got the base shape, like the form down. It's got some details and stuff. I'll carve that in later. But today I'm working on the torso piece. So I've got my body cast over here. You guys will be able to check me out. And I might as well just go ahead and get started, I guess, right? You know what? Let me grab a notepad. I want to make sure in case I in case I have anything I want to add to the notes on this episode, I'll write it down. The first thing I want to talk about is Evil Ted Smith just did a 3-part video on doing chest armor for dudes. So that's worth checking out. All right, I'll put that in the notes. Ted's chest armor. Awesome. Anyway, the stream, by the way, folks, you guys watching, A, thanks for showing up, and B, I'm going to be doing this for a while, like hours. I want to do all of this, at least get the base shapes done today. So I'm planning on being here for a good long time. It's 1 p.m. right now. I got all day to work on this. A couple of technical things. I got a camera right there. You can see me. Check this out. Hopefully this works. The camera facing the other way so that I can go over here when I'm working on this stuff. Yeah, look at that. So I got my bandsaw here. I'll be using that sometimes. Most of the work will be done over here, but I have that option because I have 2 webcams. I know, I splurged. Let's talk a little bit about my setup. I got everything set up, A, so that I wouldn't have to scurry off during the live stream to interrupt, the stream. And also, it pays when you're working. If you're going to have a long working session, it really pays to, get that knocked out ahead of time so you don't get distracted and you're as productive as possible. So let's talk about my setup. I have this big mat right here. I'll make a link to it too. And the mat is, let's say, 36 by 24. This is a big fella, and I screw it right down to my work surface. And this is where I do most of my work for most of my prop making. For foam stuff, eventually I would love to have a big table. I actually have a big table right there. It's being used for space guns right now. I would love to have a table like that that's covered in a mat like this, and they make them. They're not cheap, but I would love to have a big table that I could walk around someday. That would be awesome. But until then, this will do. What else do we have here? We've got, I told you about my body form. Actually, let me show you this. Couple things. Oh, by the way, too, folks, yeah, you guys figured it out. I got the Q&A app there going, so if you do have any questions, drop them in there. I'll check that every once in a while and just answer a couple, but for the most part, I'm gonna be just cranking on this work here. But anyway, here's my torso. And you know what I'll do? Brittany and I made these. My wife Brittany and I made torso castings of one another, and they've been really, really handy. And I'll find a good video that one of the ones that we use to figure out how to do this, and I'll post a link to that. But if you just go to YouTube and look up torso life cast, plaster bandage, or something like that, you'll find a bunch of them. But I will find a link too. There we go. All right. So this is like 2 layers of plaster bandages. I probably should have done 3. This thing has not withstood the test of time as much as I would hope to, but it still works. It had lines on it from my previous costume, so I just repainted it today just with some spray paint, so it's a nice blank canvas to work on. I added this support in the back. This is kind of falling apart, so I added some support, and I added a hook so I can hang this up. And then this was the big thing I did. I put a base in there. I screwed in some 2x4s and stuff, so this thing is really sturdy, and it sits nicely. Before, the back was like crumbling. This little bit back here was, you see this is kind of crumbling a bit, and it would just fall over. Now it's got a nice solid base to sit on, and I have a Lazy Susan that it's resting on, so I can just spin it how I need to. The other thing I'll do, once I get started, you guys will see this, is I will be drawing my templates on here, and also using techniques I mentioned Evil Ted. He likes to use, he'll wrap foil around a contoured surface like this, and then cover that in duct tape, peel it off, lay it flat, and make his templates from that. So I'm going to be employing some of those techniques as well. What else do we have here? I've got some measuring tools. I have this piece of foam with numbers on it in inch increments, so I can measure myself if I have to, and then transfer those here which is really handy, or to a flat surface down here. That's great because this incorporates the thickness of the foam into my measurements. It's really, really nice. I do have a flat ruler, tape ruler if I need it. Got my barge, of course, for gluing when I get to that point. I have speaking of barge, I have my respirator here. Ta-da! Because I will be, that stuff's kind of nasty, especially if you're doing lots of gluing. Want to take care of that. I do have my safety glasses in case I need them. And then most of my other tools are right here. I've got, besides a handful of tools on the shelf, you can see right there, lots of those. I have my extendo knife. I love this thing. It's so nice. I have spare blades, and I also have a, what do you call it, sharpener. So this guy right here is awesome. You use it to sharpen it. You'll see me do that occasionally if I see my foam starting to tear. I also have pens, pencils, and Sharpies. I have many more over there, lots of spare. Again, I want spare stuff so that I'm not halfway through the build today and I'm like, oh crap, I need more Sharpies, and then I gotta run out and get more Sharpies. So there's that. What else do we have over here? Oh, heat gun. Heat gun. This will come into play later on. Bam! And foam. So my foam is hiding over there. Well, I've got tons of it, but I'll show you what I have. This is a giant foam of sheet of L200, and I'll link to that. I just put an article up about L200. If you go to punishprops.com right now, you'll see it's one of the first things up there. Anyway, this stuff, it's EVA foam. It's a little bit less dense than normal floor mats, the stuff I'm standing on, but it's really handy. And I'm going to be doing most of this build from this. This is the half-inch stuff. I have a roll of quarter-inch stuff over there. I also have craft foam and various thicknesses and more floor mats. For example, the floor mats foam is a little bit more rigid. So for these structural pieces on the inside of my shoulders, I made that from the floor mats. You can kind of see it's got that texture in there, but you're not going to see that, so I'm not worried about it. All right, put this away. Oh, I also, completely unrelated, here's a bow that I made recently. Ta-da! Tried a little bit of a woodworking project. I have a couple more finishing touches to put on this guy, and that'll take some pretty pictures of it. But yeah, there's a whole other thing I did. Ta-da! Okay then. Some other things that I've got. I printed out, it's kind of hard to see that. I printed out some reference pictures right there, and I was like, ooh, reference pictures. And then I was like, I have a giant computer monitor right here, so if you see me poking around over here, I might be looking at reference images. And for the most part, like my shoulders and stuff I made from Pepakura files. For this, I'm really just gonna kind of eyeball it and make sure it looks good on my chest here. And it'll be fine because that's how I've made armor in the past. So when a lot of people tell me like, oh, I want to make something, but I don't have the template files for it. I'm like, just freaking wing it, man. Just take the picture. We're not building real armor that we have to worry about actually deflecting bullets or not. You just got to make sure it looks okay. So that's what I have right there. Got my reference pictures. I'm pretty much good to go. I'm going to start by just sort of roughing out the pattern on the torso here, and then working from there. We'll start on the front and move to the back. And a pencil. Good to go. Let's see here. Oh, where's my mouse? There we go. Nathan wants to know, was the bow for private project or commission? Someone commissioned me quite a while ago to build that bow for me to design it, and that's exactly what I did. So that's a thing that I made. But it was definitely a private commission from someone. Right. Right now I'm just laying out the midline for my torso here. And there's this bump on the chest there I want to get rid of. Let's get a chisel. Burp. Hope you guys like the music. It's Bach. Figured that would be a good background music for royalty-free don't have to worry about YouTube blocking me because I'm using someone else's music. Try and move this sort of blemish from my chest. There we go. Yeah, if you have any blemishes on your chest, just take a little saw and just cut it right off. All right. Not totally necessary. A couple notes about using the torso like this. This is outside my body, so it's a little bit big. And also, this is about 10 to 15 pounds ago. So I'm going to make my templates just a little bit big. On the areas, like on the side where you can have a little bit of room for accommodation, on the side and the shoulders, I'm going to make those a little bit big, plan on them being a little bit big, then try it on and see how it goes. But a shoulder piece, it would be easy to extend or retract that after the base shapes have been cut out. All right, let's draw a thing. All right, oh, also I have this drawer full of tools down here. I have all kinds of measuring tools. This folder is what I currently have for my templates so far. Hey, Brittany's here. Britt's my wife. She's going to be working behind me. You may see her in the background. She's working on space guns today. So these are all the template files I've made so far. I have a roll of paper over there. You'll see me using that in a little bit. But I also have like measuring tools down here, tons of measuring tools, every different length of ruler. I have this guy here. These see-through rulers here are really great, and I'm going to use that to draw the midline for my torso here. This isn't mission critical, but I got to get it kind of close. And then I'm going to go back over that with a Sharpie just so that it's very obvious. I can see it. All right. Let's do that ruler thing again. You like the music, Britt? I feel like it's bringing an air of class to the shop that we don't usually get.
Surprised you're not playing the tower music.
The tower? Oh, that would be kind of cool. I didn't want to play anything that was copyrighted. Yeah. All right, let's do the back. And I am just kind of, I'm familiar, I guess, with my own back, kind of. I'm just kind of eyeballing this too, though. You do want to get it kind of close. But a 1/4 inch off here or there isn't going to be, again, mission critical. Like I was saying before, a lot of the side pieces you're going to end up leaving some room for accommodating any things there. So it's not totally terrible if this isn't perfect. But there we go. We got our midline on the torso. And now I'm basically only going to draw half of it, unless I feel like I need to see the whole thing. So I'll draw it on this side so you guys can really see what's going on. I'm gonna get this light over there. Yeah, it's a little hot. Let's see it. You know what, I'm just gonna put that light over there. I have plenty of light, we're good. So I'm gonna start sketching it out. Like I said, I have my reference images right there, and I'm gonna move this over a little bit. And just sort of get the shapes laid out. And then I'm going to build a lot of these pieces out separately. Like there's a front torso piece, there's some side pieces, there's a shoulder strap pieces. I'm going to plan on the side strap pieces being built separately anyway so that I could adjust them a little bit if I have to. Yeah, but right now I'm just going to figure things out. And I'll start by figuring out like where this dip in my collarbone is. It's right about there. And I don't want anything to go any higher than that because then we're going towards my throat. And then, oh, the other thing I need to figure out is where my shoulders are going to be. I've got the shoulder pieces I already made, so it's really handy. And I think, like, I designed these to be in a certain spot. Like, I don't want them to be way up here. I don't want them to be way down there. There's kind of like this raised bumpity bone thing in my shoulder. So I can kind of figure out roughly where that's going to be. I'm thinking that's pretty good. I need to make sure that there's enough room here to accommodate these big, beefy shoulder strap things that I've got on the armor. So I'm thinking right around there is pretty good. So I can mark for that. Because I know I need to fit this. It's got this big collar. I need to fit that in there. And that looks like it's, I don't know, at least 3/4 of an inch thick, maybe an inch. pretty thick collar thing, so I need to leave room for that and leave room for the straps. And actually, looking at the reference images, it looks like the shoulder may ride just a little bit lower. So I'm actually gonna give it another ½ an inch, and that'll be pretty good there. So that's where the shoulder is, and then I'm gonna leave, let's say, an inch gap. That's where these see-through rulers really kind of pay for themselves. An inch gap there. I'm gonna write the word gap. And then this is where that strap is going to be. I got to figure out how wide that strap is going to be. And this, like, 2-inch wide ruler, I can say, is that wide enough? It's pretty close. If it were, and I can lay this down here. And now, see, that's kind of encroaching a little bit. So again, I may bump this into this gap a little bit. Let's move it over. All right, so let's plan on the shoulder strap being about 2 inches wide, and that means the collar's going to butt up right against it. So this might go a little higher. Right now, I'm kind of figuring out where that collar piece is going to be, and I'm going to commit to saying that collar is. And I have, by the way, I have some foam pieces here, so I can like kind of tell that collar. It goes up like that. It needs to be thicker than ½ an inch. If it were 2 of these, this is 2 of them thick. That actually, an inch thick looks pretty good. It might be kind of hard to fit that in. So, all right, let's try the collar first then. I'm just going to put a line around the edge of my neck hole. Like that. And then it's going to be 1 inch wide. And I have a smaller version of this. There it is. Already I can tell the bulk of this costume is going to be kind of tricky to figure out. See, now if I put 2 inches there for the shoulder strap, that's coming pretty close to where my shoulder armor is going to be. I think that this Titan has wider shoulders than me. I think that might be the case. No, Bill, you have totally wide shoulders. Oh my God. Yeah. I think I'm going a little. How am I going to get in and out of this? Is the real thing. You know what else too? I have my shepherd armor. I'm going to go grab that and take a quick look at it. Be right back, everybody. All right, this is going to be really helpful. I'm going to actually put it on my mannequin. This is my shepherd armor. And I'll trace out the neck hole because I know my head fits through this neck hole because I've worn it like hundreds of times.
Sideways. Sideways,
yes. All right, there, check this out, you guys. See that? That is where my shepherd armor neck fits. So if I make the neck hole of this costume that big, then I know I'm okay. So I'm going to see if I can kind of trace that out. This is where I wish I had a really nice giant table. Let's do this in Sharpie so it shows up really well.
Want me to feed you some questions?
Sure, you can do that.
Do I have to select it?
Yeah.
Is the top the oldest one?
The one that gets voted up the most. No one's really voting on them, but you guys can vote on questions if you want.
Where's your most thing?
It's on the other screen.
Oh my gosh. Your setup's insane. There we go. What model of the Titan armor are you building?
Ooh, that's a great question. 1 second, let me go set my shepherd
Because
down.
there are too many in the game. They're tricksy. They like to Bungie likes to combine lots of different parts and mix them up, so you'll see a lot of the same things on different armor.
Oh, the other thing too, you guys, I have my camera here. I'm going to be taking photos while I work for like a super detailed build right up later on. So the chest piece is the Knight Type 1, I think, just the basic. But the back of it, I'm going to do a different piece. It's going to be the Caber armor from the raid. And then the arms are the Oblivion ones. The legs are the Knight Type 2 or 3, can't remember. And then I'm not doing a helmet for this yet, but I'm probably going to do either one of the Knight ones or the Mirror. I don't remember the name of it. But there you go. Cool. And then when I finish answering, you hit done. Good to go. I'm going to take a picture. Oh my goodness, that's so close. Yeah.
Don't photo.
I may go grab the different ones. Cool. All right. So I have this neck hole now. I know that this is the innermost area for my that neck thing I was telling you about. So this is good. It's a little bit different. I think I need to make it a little bit thinner. I don't think I can go that full inch width on it. By the way, this stream is going to be a lot of me talking out loud to myself, and that's just me sort of, that's how I work out my problem. I mean, usually I don't do it out loud. Usually it's in my head. But when I have something I'm sort of, very rarely does a build like this just come together first try. So I try things out, or I do like thought experiments in my head to sort of figure it out and see what's going to work best. All right. Cool. There we go. All right, so I think I'm going to go with like 3/4 of an inch on that and see how I feel about that. It's going to be a little bit thinner. And we'll work from there. Step 1, find your neck hole.
Nick is about to build some EVA foam guns. Has a question about the barge cement.
Did you click it?
Oh, select. There we go.
All right.
Is the barge cement in the blue tube the same as the yellow and red container?
No, the yellow and red container is the good stuff. That's what you want. It's the highly toxic kind. It's the industrial grade kind. Bam, jam.
What's the blue kind?
I don't know, but this is the good stuff right there.
And what about DAP contact cement?
Oh, the DAP is pretty good.
Oh.
If it's the only thing you can get, then go for it. But you can, if you live in the U.S. and Nick does, you can order barge from Amazon. That's what I do. All right, so that's good. That's where my neck thing is going to be. It looks like I'm going to have to bevel the bottom of it though, because if I just put it like this, it's going to stick out, and I want it to go up like that. But I'm going to build the platform for it to sit on first, and then I'll figure that out. But right now, that looks pretty good. All right, so that strap I was guessing was going to be like 2 inches long or wide, and that does come right up against my shoulder, but I think I'm just going to run with it because I kind of have to, because my shoulders are not as broad as a Titan. If I need to, I may start to look ridiculous, but if I need to, I can put padding under their shoulders to move them out. But we'll play that by ear. All right, so this is roughly where these 2-inch wide shoulder straps are going to go. These see-through rulers are great, especially if it were 1.5 inches. I could just bump this over to 1.5 inches and trace it. It's pretty awesome. And then I'm going to continue them along the back just a little bit, just because, even though I'm not drawing the back yet. There we go. Okay, so that's where the shoulder. Well, that really is washed out, isn't it? With this light, right on. Like the light is just really hot right there. It's kind of hard to see. Well, that doesn't work at all.
What if we added some other lights?
Yeah, we can figure that out.
You still my sandy ones.
Let's see here. The trouble is that this is so bright compared to everything else. What if I... Hold on, everybody. Technical difficulties. It's still really bright. What if we pointed another light over here? Sort of even it out.
That would make a difference at all?
No. I think we're just going to have to deal with the lighting for now, you guys. But I will show you, I'll show you close-ups of what I'm working on as we make significant progress. If only I knew how to put fluorescent light bulbs back together. Oh, I'm really glad I decided to do that live. There we go. Anyway, here I'll show you. Really faint lines. I'll end up going over all of this with Sharpie. You'll be able to see it much better then. Okay, let's keep moving. So let's do the sort of base chest area. I got to figure out roughly how far down it goes. So it goes down, it kind of follows the rib cage a bit. I think I'm going to overlap my rib cage just a little bit, but since I know this measurement on me, I can figure it out. I can just apply it straight to that. Grab my foam ruler, and that's right about there. So we're going to go with 8 inches. So that's the base part there. About how wide? Well, I kind of know. Let's see if it goes. This part kind of follows that, and then kind of comes down, and then kind of goes across where the shoulder strap comes in. I feel like this should be higher though, maybe a little bit higher. How about right there? And then that'll follow that neck thing there. This, and then this really just overlaps the shoulder strappy thing a little bit. Well, this does not erase well. And then that just comes, and it really kind of follows the line of the shoulder. And then there's more than one layer here. So one of them just sort of follows the arm under the arm. So I'm going to do that lightly, like that. And then the chest part comes and follows the contour of the strap. Look at that. I can even line that up. Goes right across nipple area. Maybe a little bit. No, it's pretty much the same angle. Maybe out a little bit. And then there's like the seam down the middle. That's a little bit, I would say, I'm going to use my pencil on my thing there just to measure like proportions kind of. Yeah, that's like, if that's 8 inches, it's probably like 5 inches down. It's go 5 inches down, right across the middle of my chest. That goes straight across like that. And then from here, this piece goes kind of out to there. Comes down and goes down. Just like that. Now these side pieces I'm going to do separately. So I'm going to switch up the design a tiny bit to have a seam here, and then a seam on the back piece, then a middle piece where it attaches where I can adjust it a little bit, both so that it adjusts for what I like to call seasonal girth variation, and also so if someone else wants to wear it, it could accommodate more than one person. So I'm gonna come up with something over here a little bit different than what's in the design. I am not hell-bent on getting things accurate, totally accurate. I just want something that looks pretty good.
Andreas wants to know how you made the mock-up of your chest.
How do I make a mock-up of my chest? I'll put a link in the description, but if you go look up on YouTube, anything like life casting with plaster bandages or torso life casting, again with plaster bandages, there are tons of videos on YouTube. Just go take a look, and you'll be good to go. There's a whole bunch of them. Raxon10 wants to know, will you provide templates? I am keeping all of my template files. Like I said, I have a folder of them. And I can probably make them into like digital files. Again, I'm building this on my chest, and there may be a little bit of variation. I don't know how useful it will be for other people. I am fairly average size, so maybe. So yeah, that's something I can do. We'll see when the time comes. All right, let's keep cranking on this. The chest piece thing goes down. Let's see, how far down are my ribs? Let's say right there. So I can do another measurement from here. Just want to figure out now. About 12 inches down. That seems a little low. I'm going to make it more like 11. So this is kind of roughing out the rib cage looking area. Looks all right. And then this area here kind of just cuts down. Do that and like this. And that's actually fairly accurate to the reference there, so I'm okay with that. I will play a little bit. And then so this is roughly what the shape I've got so far, and I'm pretty happy with it. Now I need to figure out like what the first piece is I'm going to cut out. So this, I know that if I do this in halves, actually if I did this in one full piece, this will unwrap nice and flat because it's really kind of only contours along one axis. So that should be okay. I shouldn't have to do like darts or anything. And then what I want to do is have an area on the shoulders right here. Let's say a chunk right here where the shoulder piece can like detach. So I can put a piece of Velcro right there and attach or detach my shoulder. It's kind of how I've got my shepherd armor right now. These shoulder pieces come off and there's strips of Velcro under there. So there's a seam right here. This actually comes apart a little bit. So I'm thinking if I do that, this base piece to have a bit up here, across, down, like that. Follow this along here. So basically the outline of this shape is going to be the first layer that lays against my body. And it's going to be just a flat piece of foam. And it should be okay. Now the challenge is, how do I transfer that? Actually, how do I transfer this twice to a piece of foam? Well, Glad you asked. There are many different ways to do it. Now I'm going to give this aluminum foil thing a try. I've never really done it myself. Evil Ted likes to do it, and he's a wizard, so I'm going to try it. And while I'm doing that, Solano wants to know, is your wife doing a Destiny costume too? Do you want to let the cat out of the bag or no?
Yeah, I can tell.
Sure. Let me make some noise, though. Yeah, Brittany's going to do a Destiny costume. I'm going to be the hero. She's going to be the bad guy. So she's going to be a Vex Goblin?
Yeah.
Yeah. And Brittany's 6'5", so, or 6'2", sorry, honey. So she's going to be this big, honking looking, awesome bad guy. We're going to do battle, and it's going to be awesome.
For Dragon Con.
Yeah, for Dragon Con. That's the plan. All right. Do this. So I'm just wrapping the foil around my body. I'll tape it down too. I've got some masking tape here. Just to tack it down in place. And honestly, I don't know that I need to actually put like the duct tape over it or not. We'll see. Tell you, this Lazy Susan is nice. Having the solid base on this and being able to just spin it around. Let's grab my X-ACTO. Let's trim some of this out a little bit. It really just kind of tears. There we go. Maybe I will put the duct tape on top of it. I don't know. So here's the challenge. I drew that nice thing under there. Now I can't see it. So let's start with the midline right there.
That's why I like doing clear plastic.
Yeah.
I mean, Evil Ted draws his on after he puts that form on.
Yeah, maybe, you know what? Maybe I should have put this down first. That would have been awesome. Hey, man. We're live on the internet, FYI.
I love internet.
That's my shopmate, Will. All right. I guess I can just draw. I'll just draw it again. You know what? Let's do this. I can fold the. This is all going to get transferred to a paper template anyway. So this foil thing isn't. Don't do it like this. Put your thing down first and then draw on it. I did it wrong. Screwed up, internet. Screwed up. Let's just do. I'm just gonna fold everything in. Oh, I need this to actually go all the way up to the neck, so that's good. This is not any fun. Well, you know what? New plan. I'm not doing it this way. I'm going to do it differently. But this is how I did my shepherd one with tape. Let's do this. And do the midline there, like that. Oh, I need to go a little higher. Doesn't matter that the tape won't stick all that great. I can pretty easily trim out shapes here. Look at that. Basically just making like a tape template. What's good is once I have this sort of base shape planned out, I can do a lot of the other layers. I can figure them out on that flat thing, not on the not on this tape monster or the torso thing that I've got in front of me. Let's do this. So I'm basically tracing this out in tape. Just remember, folks, in the future, maybe do that. Watch the video that Ted did. Put your foil on, then draw your stuff. It seems like that would have been super clever. When in doubt, do what Ted did. Let's just trim that there. Okay. That will go with that. You can actually see there's still lines carved into this chest here from where I did this with my Mass Effect armor. That was a long time ago.
Alright, you have to go high five Will because someone just learned that his strange coin glows in the dark.
What?
He says, I just learned the strange... Wait, here, let me select the thing. Oh, it was Gary. Gary says he just learned the strange coin I purchased from Will. Glows in the dark. Can you high five him for me?
You got the high five?
Alright, I'll go high five. Wait, yeah. Here needs to be proof.
All right.
Yay! Yeah, those strange coins are awesome. Watching them crank those out, they take a while to make, but they're so worth it.
Did you send some of those out, Will?
Yeah, I've done two waves so far.
Awesome.
You're gonna put Zur out of business, man.
Oh yeah.
Counterfeit strange coins. All right.
Henchman Props is looking for a airbrush that's portable and hopefully relatively quiet. You guys have an adorable one.
Yeah, that's Jordan. Hey, Jordan, how's it going, man? A lot of the airbrush compressors you can buy, and I'll put a link to the one we have in the description, or just text or message me, Jordan. A lot of them are fairly quiet.
They're only on when you're using it, which is
Yeah,
great.
they don't have a tank. They don't fill up, so they just go brrr, brrr, just whenever you're pushing the nozzle down. And yeah, so I'll link to that. It's not uncommon for people to travel to conventions with their airbrush.
Body paint, yeah.
Yeah.
They wants to know if you could redo any previous build, what would you improve or do better?
All of them.
All of them. That's art, though.
Yeah.
Art is never done.
Nope. Most of the time, I would just spend more time on whatever it was I was working on if I could. Most things, I just wish I had more time. But if I had unlimited time, I would never finish anything. All right, so there we go. There's that basic shape that I made right there. This, like I said, this is exactly how I did my my Mass Effect armor. And I just sort of followed the outline that I made before. I'll peel this off and then I'll trace it onto my paper. So that's what we'll do next. I'm going to move myself over here. And hopefully this all comes off in one piece. There we go. And there's a little bit of a bump in the middle of it. I'm not too worried about that. This paper is just like masking paper from the hardware store. It's really awesome. I'm going to cut out a piece that's big enough to do this twice, so I'm going to flip it over. Do this. Here, I'll put a link to the masking paper. These are my super professional show notes, everybody. All right. So, and I have these weights, these 3-2-1 blocks are really cool. These guys here, they're great for many things, including weighing things down, as well as my barge. Okay, so this doesn't have a lot of tack left to it, which is nice. I can just lay it down. But most vitally, I want to make sure that the midline is straight, or because I'm gonna mirror it. That looks pretty good. So I will go through and trace this with. I'm going to trace it with a pencil because I'm going to go over this again with marker to sort of clean it up a little bit.
Stacy wants to know, if someone was local, would you ever be willing to physically help wire a sound to light unit into a helmet? That sounds like a tally helmet question.
Yeah, that also sounds like something I don't know how to do.
Yeah.
I've thought of the idea of doing in-person workshops for things I do know how to do. We'll see about that going forward. The problem is that we work out of our house right now, and having people come over is a little bit out of the question. So that's a someday maybe sort of thing, but definitely not while we're in this location. Fortunately, we're looking to move in the next year or so.
I think there are some sound-alike kits you can just purchase online.
Oh yeah.
The Tally from Mass Effect, I think is the most famous one that people use. Probably search around and find one.
So I'm not going to draw this twice. I'm going to use a ballpoint pen on this for the midline, and then I'll make a nice groove so I can fold it, and then I'll fold it over and I'll cut it out, and it'll be nice and pretty. But first, I'm going to grab my French curve. And clean up these curves a little bit.
You have to speak with a French accent when you use it.
Sacre bleu. Oh, that looks nice. And then this is a nice straight line. Look at that shoulder thing. Did I go all the way up there? Yeah, that looks right. I'm always double checking my work. I also have, this is really handy, circles, one of these guys here, for all of your circle needs. So even if I have like just a sort of rounded off bit there, I can go in with my circle guy and just round it like that, draw a straight line like this. At one point, I could have had a really lucrative career as a technical artist, a drafter, but instead I went to school to make animations. Look how far that got. Okay, and then we've got this nice curve here, and that's a little bit more curvy than what I have here. Let's see any of my other French curves. That's a little small. I may have to just freehand this one. Yeah, let's just freehand it. I'm just using a ballpoint pen for this. There we go. Occasionally, I like to take everything I have and I put it away. Don't need this foil. I just clean everything up. I'm about to do some cutting, so I'll just put everything away. My workspace is always this tidy. Totally, always this tidy. All right. So I have that nice seam line there. Told you I sort of scored it with that pen. Like that. And I'm actually going to pin these so that they don't move. This is like cutting out fabric. I don't want this to move underneath while I'm cutting it out. Like that. That should be fine. And then I take a nice sharp X-ACTO. And if it's not sharp, I can sharpen it on my little sharpener. And do that. And this is, I have to share a link to this guy. At some point I'm going to do like an X-ACTO blade review. This is like the fashion design. It comes in pink and like different colors. This is my favorite X-ACTO. I love this thing. I'll put a link. X-ACTO. All right. The reason why I like this is it unscrews from the butt end down here, like that, to loosen it. Not up here, because when I'm using like this guy here, the unscrew is at the top. And when I'm cutting, my fingers have a tendency to loosen that, which is a pain in the ass, man. All right, so tighten up this guy. Good to go, nice and sharp. Cut out my template. Nothing too fancy about this, just taking your time, cutting it out.
Tony wonders if you have any tips on cutting smooth, curved pieces. You seem to give me the most trouble.
Just for foam?
Large circles or hearts are a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. When I start cutting, I'll give you some tips. I love these knives. I like because you can have the blade really, really long, so that when you're cutting into your piece, you don't have to go straight up and down. Like with an X-ACTO knife, if I want to cut all the way through it, I have to go straight up and down. But with this really long knife, I can cut at a very steep angle, and it cuts nicely. When I start cutting, you'll see. That'll be soon. I'm going to cut this piece out pretty soon. So
yeah,
stick around.
Lots of practice and cleaning it up with sanding.
Yeah, you can clean it up later, and also keep your knife really, really sharp. Okay. Yeah, let's cut this out.
Why are we trying to use foil instead of plastic wrap?
Yeah. I was trying a technique I'd watched before, but I did it in the wrong order, so I abandoned it.
We're also out of plastic wrap.
We are.
That's on the grocery list.
Yeah. All right, so there we go. There's my basic chest shape thing. I'm noticing that there's like a V shape in the neck there. I don't know how that happens, so I'm going to clean that up real quick. This should this should come off at like 90 degrees, and it's not. There we go. Turn that out a little bit. It's a little bit smoother. Not too concerned about that. Well, you're not going to see that. It's going to be covered by other layers. But I can. By the way, this tape thing, all this tape, I just throw it away. Yeah. and I can lay this down on my chest piece here. You can see that it looks like it will kind of work. How about that? How about that? These parts will wrap around. That looks pretty good. Cool. So the next thing to do is to cut this out of foam, and I think I'm going to do that right now. Just because. Then I can start working on the layers going outward, because I'm going to have to attach them to that piece. And then there's a lot of like pretty steep bevels on here, so I'm going to have to handle those eventually. But now it's foam cutting time. Clean everything up a little bit. I'll get my foam. Oh my God.
One of your regulars, Fusro Dave, has a question.
Yeah, what's he got?
He says, your bow is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
He's trying to do an improved version of his hunter's knife.
Okay.
He's wondering how you get those really crisp edges on knives like that. He's building it out a bit with Bondo, but he's still getting a wonky edge. Yeah, that's really hard with Bondo to do an edge.
Yeah, using more rigid materials. I like styrene plastic, like high impact styrene. If you can, that's good for getting a nice clean edge on stuff. Will did a tutorial, I think, on that. We'll have to put a link. But Will did some layering thing he did for a knife edge thing, and I'll link to that. WM. If you go to WM Armory and just go through some of his old posts, you might find it. Knife edge. There we go. Yeah, we'll go find that. Oh, I don't need. Could you hang this up on the pin up there? Okay, so I'm trying to maximize my foam economy here, because this stuff was not cheap. Figure out a good place to cut out a big piece like this. This looks pretty good. And then, again, this is something I learned from Evil Ted. I've got these pins, and I pin my template down to the foam. And this will keep it from wandering while I'm tracing it.
Is that going to be the back side then? Because you're getting holes in it?
This is all going to get covered. Look how many layers there are.
Yeah.
And also, this is all going to get filled with or sealed with Epsillon. So little pinpricks like that aren't going to be a problem. Epsillon. Yeah, every video we have has a link to Epsillon.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
All right. I'm just going to trace this with a Sharpie. Here we go. Well, you know what I'm going to do first, though? I'm just going to cut this hunk of foam out roughly. I'm going to grab... Actually, let's get a new blade on this for my blades. Oh, that side's fresh. So we don't have to keep wrangling this huge piece. I'm just going to do a rough cut around. Like that. This is a good example of a really, really terrible looking cut. I'll keep one of these edges so I can compare. Well, I'll compare it later. There we go. All right, now I can focus.
Yes, the Sergeant Surger, the Vex Goblin, is going to be totally awesome. It was the original plan was for Emerald City Comic Con, but I put it on the back burner for Dragon Con. I have a little 3D model mock-up I did on a body form that's basically my proportions, and it's gonna be pretty badass. Scene might be an issue. We'll see how it goes. And walking could be a problem.
Yeah.
You know, the usual.
I ordered the bodysuit fabric, a printed bodysuit thing from this costume last night. And as I was laying in bed, all I can think is, how am I going to pee in that thing?
Actually, Samantha asked that question.
Yeah.
Well, not about peeing.
Oh.
She was watching your prop live with Svetlana from Kamui Cosplay. She did not see a link to the custom shop you used. What was it?
Oh, Fabric on Demand.
Yeah, I'll add that to the prop lab as well.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it's just fabricondemand.com.
Yep.
Do you use Photoshop to arrange the proportions for the fabric? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I bought I'll have to put a post about this or something. But I bought a bodysuit pattern from Jelly, JALIE.com, I think. I bought a catsuit pattern and then I traced that in Photoshop and then I drew over the top of it.
Yeah.
It took me all day yesterday. All right.
I say you do a post once you get the successful thing all put together.
Yeah, once it's, we'll see. The jury's still out. Actually, I was hoping they would email me today. But I haven't heard from them. Anyway, I just pinned down my chest piece, traced it out on the foam, and now I'm going to cut this out. So you guys get to see all about cutting out foam. And I'm going to use this again for doing the next few pieces. So I'm going to keep this out. I'll sit it over there. All right. So time to cut. We have our sharp extendo knife. And it's a pretty new blade, but this stuff, foam dulls the blade really, really quickly. So I'm going to give it a quick sharpen. I got my Kershaw sharpener and a little bit of WD-40. And I just do this. Just like that. And wipe it off so I don't get WD-40 all over my project. And good to go. I usually freehand it. You could use a ruler if you want. A lot of my edges I end up cleaning up anyway, so I don't worry too much about it. But you could use your ruler here, a metal ruler, and cut like that. Just like that. A lot of these curved pieces you'll have to eyeball. So let's do this neck curve bit right here. Like I was saying before, you don't want to cut straight up and down like this. You want it as much of an angle as possible. And this blade actually curves a little bit, which is kind of helpful. So I will start cutting way early and just follow it, trying to keep the blade perpendicular to the cutting surface. Like that. And this tear it a little bit. Oh, what's going on there? These, like I said, all these edges will get cleaned up a bit later on. But let's see if I have a comparison piece. Let me cut this piece off right here. So here's a good comparison right here. So this is the cut that I made. If my camera wants to focus on it. There we go. Nope. How about this? So that's the nice fresh cut that I just made. And this is the cut I made with a crappy knife. See how just abysmal that is? It's really, really, really dumb. Oh, come on, focus, focus. There we go. Versus that. Ooh, oh, that's so nice. That's real bad. That's real nice. All right. Glad we had this talk. All right, let's keep this crazy train rolling. So here's one of those big long curves. Just like that. There's the piece I cut out. There's the nice clean looking edge that I cut right there. Ta-da! All right, keep going. Some of these bigger chunks I will hang on to for later use in case I need chunks and bits of stuff. Again, I try and keep this area pretty clear. So this part actually has like a little curved thing right there. It's gonna be, this knife is really wide. It's gonna be hard to get that, but I'll show you how I do that. I'm gonna cut up to that, and then I'm gonna take the knife and just sort of seesaw like that. And then I have this guy here, which is for carving. This is good for doing like interior, there we go, interior cuts and stuff. So I can actually use that guy to go in. And I may just use that to finish this cut. Again, this is gonna get like this part right here is actually gonna be super beveled, so I'm not gonna get like really hell bent on making this cut perfect. But I would like it to be pretty good. I'll show you guys. Try and get it kind of pretty good idea of what I'm doing here. Let's see, like that. Like that, and that's a nice looking little rounded bit there. Finish it with my big knife. It's not perfect, but it'll do. It'll do. Okay, let's keep this going. Oops. I keep a piece of foam right here with all my pins in it. Yeah, little tip for you there. These T pins, I realized we had a bunch of these. These are awesome for pinning stuff down to foam. And this last big cut right here. I'm just pulling a little bit. Seems like it's okay. There we go. There's our chest armor piece. Just like that. Let's throw it on there, dude, here. And I think that is a pretty good place to start right there. Just like that. Now I'm going to do a couple things. One, like I could just start cutting up this template piece, but because I may want to have it for later, if I have to redo something, or if I want to replicate it or digitize it or whatever, I'm going to keep it around. So instead of just cutting up the next bits on it, I'm going to make a copy of it and then start figuring out the rest of the layers. So let's grab some more outline. And again, I'm just going to pin the paper together. Or I'm going to do pin nothing to nothing. There we go. God damn, get down there. All right, that's pretty good. All right, just gonna take my pencil and quickly give this a trace. I'm gonna make sure to mark the midline because I'm gonna again fold this guy in half.
Matthew wonders why you use WD-40 on the sharpener.
It's like a lubricant. A lot of times whenever you're sharpening stuff, you need something to lubricate the surface and to remove, like to wash away. It's like wet sanding to wash away the removed material. Because when you're sharpening it, you're removing material. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna just fold this over, so I don't need to draw the other side.
I'm going to answer this question real quick. Jordina Zaro was wondering, where do you both stand, Xbox or PlayStation? For Destiny, of course. Well, we don't have one PS4.
We have two.
We have two PS4s, and we play in the same room together. I have a sweet setup. I'll have to post a picture sometime.
Oh, yeah.
I have a computer in the living room with two monitors. One of them's on a monitor arm, and I can swing it around to be on the couch. And I play on the couch on the smaller monitor, and Bill plays on the big TV, so we can raid together. It's pretty magical.
This is what it's like to be in your 30s and have no kids.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the second copy of this chest template thing that I'm cutting out. Again, so that I have something to work on for the next few layers on the chest. And so that I preserve this copy. So this copy I'm going to keep. I'm going to put it in my folder here for posterity. I'm not going to cut it up.
Thomas has a question about cutting and shaping visors. I've been trying to do he's been trying to make an ODST helmet.
Mm-hmm.
He's having some trouble with it. So I assume like was it PETG plastic or
That's what I would
any
make
of the thinner visors. Cutting and shaping. Well, for shaping we use heat guns, but for cutting I just usually end up with a jagged mess and sand it later. So cut it bigger than you need. Do you have a better way to cut that kind of plastic?
Like I would cut it, like you say, cut it bigger and then sand it with a Dremel, like clean it up later. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't done very many visors. Or just like the edges are hidden behind something and you don't have to worry if they look too pretty or not.
Yeah, once we did a complicated visor and we vacuum formed it over a buck to get the exact shape we wanted. So if your issue with shaping it is getting it symmetrical and uniform, that's usually the way to go. We currently don't have a vacuum former, but we have friends that do, so that's always handy.
All right, I'm gonna figure out the next layer. I'm gonna actually tape this down. So oh, I got all kinds of tape over here. Let's see. It wants to get away from me. What I was trying to do. So I'm basically now just transferring what I did to that chest piece to this surface here, and then cutting out the next layer. So I need to figure out, looking at my references, what the next bit will be. And I'm thinking another 1/2 inch and then a 1/4 inch on top of that will do it. There's this wacky bevel back here. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. So just following that. Let's see how far in that goes. I'm just gonna do some measuring and transferring and stuff. That's about 5/8 in. Actually, damn it. I'm just gonna move this over here. And this was here. There. All right. So I just took my paper thing, laid it over that to grab a couple of quick references. So this was 2 inches wide, roughly like this. That was right there. And then The neck hole was 3/4 of an inch in, so like that, and up to here. Cool. And it has like a, like it comes down a bit. Just kind of, no, that's not how that looks, Bill. It just comes around like this. There we go. I think it looks okay. But a lot of this is like looking at my torso, looking at the reference image, look at what I'm drawing, and guessing. That's kind of really how it all comes together. I just guess a lot. Let's see here. So then this next part, oh, that's right. This sort of followed that. And then this was the top. What did I do? Oh, I did 5 3/4. 5 inches. And make sure that goes straight across. I've got another really fun measuring tool here. Whenever I go into the measuring tools section of any craft store, I always buy something new. We got a nice square dude there. Like that, make sure it's nice and square. And then that, where it intersects this thing. Like that. Kind of cuts down an angle, kind of following this angle here. And then that kind of goes like that. Like that. Cool. So, how do I feel about all that? That looks pretty good. A lot of this is going on inside my head right now. I'm just doing like a mental exercise. But that looks pretty good, I think. I'm okay with this. So that's gonna be that piece there. I feel like this comes up a little bit more. No, I'm just gonna run with it. I know that this chest piece needs to be done like today or tomorrow. So whenever I find myself going, oh, does that look exactly right? I usually go like, yeah, it looks fine, Bill. All right, so again, I'm going to fold this in half, pin it together, and cut it out. And then I'm going to take that piece, I'm going to trace it to make a second one, build the next layer. Again, not necessary. Like each layer, I'm kind of removing a little bit more template. You don't have to do that if you're building yours. We got all the halves traced together, and we'll cut out the next piece.
Sergeant Sturger is doing some Emerald City Comic-Con crafting with you crafting in the background.
Oh, crapception.
If he streams, we could watch him stream.
Okay, so this piece is very similar to the previous one, but I'll overlap them. You'll see where the differences are. A lot of that is just because some of the areas, like some of the pieces on this chest are rather thick. It's going to be 1.25 inches in some spots. But here's my previous piece, and here's the template part I just cut out. And it's not going to line up with the neck, but it is going to line up with the bottom. Like that. So anywhere that you see gray is going to be, on the final piece, the lowest level. Right? So this is where the neck goes, the neck guard. This is where the shoulder straps go. And then this is just a lower detail part on the underarm area. So we will cut out another piece of foam. And quite a collection over here. Put some stuff away. Put it away. All right. Got the big old hunk of foam. Well, I really don't want to waste any of this L200. I do like it a lot. Yeah, maybe that's the best area right there. Okay, let me trace it out.
Sam wonders, when you layer foam to get the thickness you need, so, oh, okay. When layering foam to get the thickness you need, do you heat and shape each piece before sticking them together, or do you glue it first?
That depends on how much shape you need to get out of it. In fact, you can even, as you're sticking 2 layers together, if you like sort of bunch it up on one side as you stick it, you can get a little bit of curve that way. For highly detailed curved pieces, like my shoulder pieces, I did the whole base shape out of 1 layer of foam first before adding layers on. For this one, it's believe it or not, it's actually fairly flat until it curves on the sides. So there's just a tiny bit of curve basically down here and up here. And I can get that after I put a layer or 2 together. So I'll probably do that. It's going to be a lot easier to lay down this piece on that piece, to stick them together while they're flat. Definitely going to be a lot easier. Let's cut this out. This knife makes me angry.
Adam wonders what kind of template paper you're using.
That's the just masking paper from the hardware store. It's really cheap. I'll put a link to that in the description. I already have a note for it.
I think we found it in the painting aisle of like a Lowe's or Home Depot, and it was like on the very bottom shelf in long rolls. They have smaller, lighter material at like Harbor Freight, littler rolls, but we don't really use that for templates.
You just use that for masking?
Yeah, I think it's called masking paper. So yeah, that makes sense.
There we go. I bought that whole roll of 1/4 inch stuff. I don't think I'm going to use very much of it. Most of this is the 1/2 inch stuff. Let's put my template away.
I'll be using a 1/4 inch for my goblin.
Okay, cool. I just cut out a bunch of stuff with this knife, so I'm going to give it a quick sharpen because I know that it's dull now.
I need to get Rob on here to explain the science of why those knives dull so fast with foam.
Oh, I know why. I mean, foam is, it's hard to see, but there's tons and tons of tiny little microscopic bubbles in there. And whenever you're cutting a surface that's got lots of variation like that, it dulls stuff. It's basically why. There's a lot of friction going on in there. I know stuff too.
This is a funny one. Also sad. This is tragic, really. Poor Tony. He put his EVA foam project outside to dry, and squirrels ate parts of it.
What?
What do you recommend to fill dime-sized craters in your foam projects?
Oh no.
If it's not battle, oh man, if it's battle damage, it would be funny to keep them. Be like, oh, it's a bullet dent, you know, like paint a little silver metal in the inside of it. But oh man, how would you fill those?
I really prefer not to try and fill foam. I just rebuild. If I have damage like that, either I'll run with it or I'll redo it.
What was the stuff Ted used to fill in seams?
It's quick fill. It's not very good.
Quick fill with a K.
Yeah.
It's
KWIK. I don't like that.
Tiny stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're really not gonna.
not for craters.
Look at how big they are. You might, if it's a rigid piece, you could use probably wood filler.
Yeah. I would rebuild. That's what I would do. I would rebuild the piece.
The second piece is always better when you rebuild it.
So this little inner area right here, I'm going to take my knife and sort of like jab in straight down on this side, and same thing on that side. That's what you'll see me doing in the background here. So I'm starting to cut in the middle of the foam like that, but I get a nice, so long as I go straight down and just sort of saw it down a little bit, I'll get a nice like 90-degree corner in there. Because trying to clean up a corner like that after the fact can be kind of annoying. I'm also going to do that on this corner. I'm pulling this piece back a little bit, and then I'm sort of cutting down where I can see it. So I have a nice clean corner. Go to this rounded bit, use this curved knife to sort of trim that a little bit. And then finish it up like that. And I think that looks pretty good. So we've got I went in and did the kind of trickier parts first. Cut out my neck piece. I really love it. If you guys don't have one of these curved blade thingies, they're really handy. And you can sharpen it on this sharpener as well. As is the case with all of these blades that have replaceable blades, these knives, I have just a pile of replacement blades up there. Who's texting me? Mario. Oh, that's right. Mario wanted to use the laser today. That's gonna be a no-go. Well, maybe later. Yeah, I'll just tell him later. Just be right with you, folks. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. And I tend to do the more difficult cuts first, and then crank out the easy ones. That's how I roll. Now it's just a matter of cut, cut, cut. D Emerson wants to know what brand of foam. I can't remember. I think it's like Foam Mart that sells this. It's L200, and I will have a link in the description to it. If you go to punishedrops.com and just do a search for L200, you'll see an article I wrote all about it with links to where you can buy it. So I would recommend you go do that if you want to check it out right now. Boop. So these lines need to match up with the lines on the previous one, and they probably won't. Again, these are getting beveled to like crazy, so I'm not super concerned about it. I'm going to try and get it close, though. All right. I like to cut over the edge too, because I'm cutting, sawing straight up and down. Yeah. Cut this out. Whoop. There we go. Some more of my scraps, bigger scraps over there. All right, so we've got our second layer. This is going to go, that matches up fairly well. It's going to go right like that. Ta-da! Like that on my dude. And this is starting to get kind of rigid. So once I like who asked, but earlier was asking, once I put these layers on, I may do a little bit of heat forming. But that's some chest armor right there. Tell you what, I may even put a dart in the bottom piece, just a little bit, to cinch that together. Let me get the midline on that. This is going to be totally covered by the next layer, so doing a dart there is a piece of cake. Oops, sorry, I got a message. Hold on one second, everybody. What's going on? Oh, something I have to check out later. All right, cool. Let's do that. Do that. Basically, it needs to curve down a little bit right here. So I want to put a dart starting right about there. Right there to bring the middle together just a tiny bit. Not a lot. Isn't going to be bonkers, but trust me, it'll help. So that's the midline. We're gonna remove a little bit less than a half an inch. A little pizza wedge. And that might be enough. This part may not need the dart, but anyway, that's basically what I'm removing right there. Ta-da! Let's see. Jordina wants to know what type of fabric you are using for the bodysuit. I believe it was a Lycra, I'm guessing. I don't know anything about fabric, but that seems like a word that came up at some point. Obviously, you don't want it to be warm like a wetsuit, no, or too cold like a morph suit. Morph suit wasn't that bad. I've been researching, but haven't found a good results yet.
Most of your body's covered in foam.
Yeah, I am not going to be cold. Don't worry about me. All right, just a little pizza wedge out of the middle there, and then this is going to come together, and you'll see. Well, it's kind of hard to tell, but just a little bit will pull the chest piece down a bit. Just give it a little bit of a contour.
You're uploading this video later, right?
Yeah, this will definitely be on the site later on.
Yep. Go to work, Drago. It's okay.
Yeah. I'm going to put a little bit of barge in here and seal that back together. I opened a fresh can of barge and threw that old one out. This is tricky. You want to get enough of this in like the crease in there, but not like a pool of it. But again, this is going to be covered, so I'm not going to kill myself to get it totally done. Totally perfect. I'm actually just using a piece of foam to sort of help spread out the barge a bit. Cool. Like that, and I let that dry. I'm going to wait on that. I'm going to wait until I can put that together to do the next part. But what I can do is I know I need to do one more layer of detail, so I'm going to trace. I'm going to trace this out again. We good? We good. All right. Cool. Set. Clear up the workspace. Set these guys over here. It really pays to have a lot of places to put stuff. Bill says as he shuffles all of the projects we won't need Shepherd for a while. Okay then. Get another piece of paper. Wow, we got a good chunk of people in here. I'm glad you guys showed up to watch me fart around with my costume. So this piece is actually going to be out of that 1/4 inch stuff. I got to keep that in mind. Once again, these 3-2-1 blocks are indispensable. They're 3 inches by 2 inches by 1 inch thick, and they're awesome. I'll put a link to that in the description. Or 1-2-3 blocks, 3-2-1, whatever.
Who recommended them?
Matt Munson. Which, if you guys are looking for more stuff to check out, look up the Project Workbench. He's got a bunch of really cool YouTube videos. He's building a Batmobile, or as he calls it, the Matmobile. Because Matt is a super dork, which is exactly my kind of person. All right, let's liberate that. I really don't like working with big rolls and stuff. All right. You always want to plan to have something to do while something is drying. So while that glue is drying, I need to wait. So having something else to be able to work on is really, really handy for that. So this next layer of detail, I haven't really planned out yet on the body form, which is fine. This is like the fine detail stuff. This is the last outer layer. Needs to look kind of good. So I have a little bit of work to do, which is fine. All right, I can sew this guy. Nice and tidy and neat. Let's do that. Fold it in half. What else do we have? What's the next question? Are you going? Let's see. Are you going to use a legendary shader to color it? I'm going to go with something similar to Chatter White, which I think is legendary, right? That came out of the raid. I'm going with kind of a lighter white color scheme. So yeah, let's call it legendary shader. Thank you, Weaselhammer. That's Terry, by the way. If you guys want to go look at Vector Sigma Creations over on Facebook, that's Terry. He was on our live show recently, so if you're looking for something to watch after this, go watch the old episodes of Prop Live. Once again, you guys don't need to be making duplicates. I could have just traced this out of on the last one I did, but I want to keep those around. All right, there we go. All right, this will be fun because I just kind of have to figure this part out. Let's keep it down. So again, I got my reference up there, and I'm really just sort of noodling out. Actually, there's a bit on the previous layer that I may have to add to. There's like these sort of inlaid parts. I'll do those later. Okay, cool. Got my thing laid out here, got my reference image, and I'm just gonna start drawing it out. But let's see, what do we have here? This one's from Alexander Neutrid. I know that guy. Hey, Bill and Brad, I'm doing the exact same thing you are right now. Would you recommend a product to cover over the foam for a smoother, reflective finish? Fiberglass resin, Epsillon, recommendations or favorites? I'm going to be using Epsillon for this guy. It really is like you could go with Plasti-Dip. It's okay. It's the easiest, I would say. But Epsillon is my favorite. It's just really just kind of the best of all worlds because it's a nice protective shell and you can sand it and it's fairly durable. Oh, I'll show you. This is what I'll be doing. It'll look smooth, not textured like this, but this is 2 layers of Epsillon on here. I did a video on this. I'll put a link to this. Hammered metal. And this is 2 layers of Epsillon. And what you do is you put the first coat on, you let it cure for about an hour, then you put the second coat on. Then you can sand it and finish it. And it looks pretty good. And it is pretty rock solid. It's got a tiny bit of flex to it. The piece doesn't want to flex very much. And if you do try and flex it too much, it'll actually crack. If you see right here, there's a little crack there. Not the end of the world, but Epsillon, that's what I'll be using. And then he says, does Epsillon require a seal coat? Everything you do, you're gonna have to seal at some point. The Epsillon, what you want to do is sand it, so it's got a nice finish on it, prime it, and then paint it, and then seal that with a clear, whatever you want to do. Really just depends on how you're gonna finish it. Barry wants to know, what's Brittany making? Brittany is hard at work finishing the last bits of our Kickstarter rewards. So Britt's cranking on those. She is, there you go, working on space guns. She's a super worker.
There we go. There, it's a fish.
There you go.
I was like, no. There you go.
Yeah.
Lots of sanding. Oh yeah.
So also on this piece, some of these, I'm not going to cut it this way, but I am drawing the bevel lines. Like this chest part here is pretty low, and then the bevel, it's a really wide bevel. So I'm drawing those. I'm not going to cut the piece out like that, but what I'll do is like cut out the 1/4 inch piece, and then cut out the bevel line, trace that on, and then cut out the entire thing. That's what I'll do. So I'm drawing those on there right now. So for example, this edge kind of has like a bit of a bevel. I'm going to say about maybe 3/8 of an inch. And so I'm just going to sort of lightly trace that on there. And I'll even write like bevel. I'll make it a little darker so that I can actually see it. I'll show you guys once I get most of this laid out, this tape down.
Back to the squirrel divots, Samantha says you can use wood glue or small amounts of putty to fill holes in foam. Makes areas stiffer though, so word of warning. Yeah, wood glue has a little bit of flex to it. It's just it's so hard to get that smooth finish again.
Yeah. I would rather rebuild a piece. Bevel in there, and then there's like a couple of doodads. This shape thing here, I'm gonna say about well.
Luke wonders how long you think it'll take to finish this armor.
That's a wonderful question. I don't know. It needs to be a bit shorter. I can tell you it's got about 20 hours in already. I have been keeping track of my hours. Let me get my mechanical pencil. Yeah. Well, let's do this. Let's say, how tall is that? About 1/2 inch, maybe. Yeah. Again, a lot of this is just guesswork, just looking at it, looking here, seeing if it looks all right. And I am not a stickler for how accurate it is. It's a video game model. I just care if it looks good. See that Nathan Fillion made a Destiny reference in Castle?
Yeah.
Did you actually watch the clip?
Nope.
It was pretty good. They're like talking about going to Mars. It's like, they're like, why don't you want to? Or one dude was like, why do you want to go to Mars? It's like so far away up there. And Nathan Fillion was like, where's your sense of adventure or destiny? Like, haha, funny guy, funny guy. Let's see that is gonna be discontinued. 3/8. And I'm actually gonna drop that. I'm gonna cut this out. 1/2 inch. Let me go 3/8 from that. So how does that Bill. How does that work? This has to go in a little further. Let's do. No. I'm trying to get too fancy here. I'm just gonna just bevel that. Call it good. That's fine. Alright. No bevel on this edge, but giant bevel around it. Let's see, this line gets extended. The bevel line gets cut in here. And then this bevel is almost halfway up there. This is, I have about 3 inches to play with. So let's do 1.25 inches. That's where these freaking see-through rulers are so cool. I can just line it up with an edge. And say I want it to be 1.5 inches away from that other edge. No, this knife is not sharp. I'm gonna throw that away. But I have many replacement blades. Just mangle an edge of this thing. Always keep your blades nice and sharp, everybody. And I'm using a knife on a plastic ruler, but it's my plastic ruler, and if I screw it up, I can't get mad at anyone but myself. But if any of you uses a knife on one of my plastic rulers, I would yell at you. Let's see, that comes down. The bevel is kind of rounded, and then pretty much the same. It's 1.25 inches. So let's continue that. And then there's like this weird divot-y thing. I'm just gonna cut some lines in on that. I'm simplifying it a little bit for the sake of my sanity. And this comes down another. Not quite 1/2 inch. Maybe 1/2 inch. You know, I'm actually going to go over those bevel lines with a red marker, just so I know that's what they are. They're not cut lines. And this red marker doesn't work very well. You know, I'm doing pencil on the rest of them, so I'll just do black ink for the bevels. This is the worst pen ever. Come on. Nothing wants to draw on this. I got a cup full of pens and none of them wants to work. There we go, ballpoint. Boom. And then I'll use a circle thing. This bevel is so gigantic. There we go. Okay. All right, so there's this weird line thing that kind of goes in front of here. So I'm just gonna draw a line there. Then it's got these two indents that are like I would say roughly 1/4 inch. These I am really truly just eyeballing a pretty small. I got a 1/4 inch thing here. There. That will do just fine, I think. And then there's this raised bit here. Now I'm gonna add that on top, I think. But I'm gonna draw it. It's like a triangle. I'm gonna draw it on here anyway, because then I'll know where to put it. But I want to make a good looking triangle, so I'm going to make it on a scrap of paper first, and then I'm going to trace it. All right, how do I make an equilateral triangle? Let's say it's 1 1/4 inches. I want it to be bigger, 1.5 inches. Each side. So the middle is 3/4. I draw a line perpendicular to that. Math. I can just draw another line that's 1.5 inches and intersects that midline. And we have an equilateral triangle for the most part. And then it kind of has like rounded corners, edges a bit. You know, I may just cut this out with a laser. Yeah. But I'm going to trace it on here first so I know where to put it. It's roundy. All right, so I'm just drawing this like triangle thing. I will redraw this again and cut it out with my laser cutter. I'll do that later though. That's in another room. Someday I'll do a day where I live stream me laser cutting stuff. That'll be super fun. It's got kind of like a line across one side. Yeah. The thin outer thing. Let's see that. And that. There we go. Triangle. Get this one side a little wide. Let's fix that. All right, and then this side we'll cut out with scissors. I think is the best tool for this job. Okay then. So what I'll do is I'll take this little design that I made and I'll take a photo of it sitting on this grid here, and then I'll send that to my computer, and I'll trace a vector of that in Inkscape, and I'll use that to send it to the laser to cut these little doodads out. But for this, I'm going to say it goes right like that. And I'm pretty pleased with that. That's about, let's give it a good 1 1/8 inches off of there. I'm going to trace it. There we go. right, I'm just gonna double check everything. Oh, I have to put this together. I have this dart, the dart that I put in there. I can just mash that together now. There we go. So it gives a tiny bit, you can kind of see a tiny bit of curve to that. And I think that'll be enough. That'll definitely help. See, that goes a little bit there. So it really could go a little more. You know, I'll end up heat forming that. I'm not gonna kill myself over it. Anyway, let's figure out where this is gonna go and lay down a whole bunch of glue to glue it down. So let's line this up. This is the next layer that goes over. And I'm going to trace it. Now I already know there's a little bit of overlap on the sides here because I trimmed out some of that other one. And that's fine. In fact, I can even start gluing this on one side lined up and curve this around when I'm tacking it down. And that'll help preserve that curve in there. But I'm going to lay it down flat right now just so I can know where to put my contact cement. Like this. Make sure I don't lose my little triangle. This is important. In fact, I'm going to pin it to this piece of foam so it doesn't go anywhere. I'm also going to start my music again. Let's see here. Shuffle play. Go. Go, Johann Sebastian Bach. Where did my pen run away to? There it is. Let's see here. I can't see the reference material you're using, but what are you planning to use to make the belts, the chest straps out of? I've got some 2-inch wide. Where is it? Here, some nylon webbing strap. It's 2 inches wide. I'm going to make the belt, the functional part, out of this, but the decorative part of it is going to be made out of EVA foam. So that'll go over the nylon webbing. All right, I'm tracing the higher part onto the lower part. I'm going to use a Sharpie. There we go. Like that. All right, so the back of this part is going to be covered entirely in glue. And then the outline part here is going to get covered. Like that. And I'm going to put on a respirator because I'm doing lots of this. And it's really stinky. Well, I haven't really been taking a lot of photos of what I've been doing. Let's do one of those. 1 second, everybody. Let's do this. And then get a little more light on that. There we go. Trying to do too many things at once. All right, let's clean everything up here a little bit. Get to glue it. Got my barge. This is the back. It doesn't matter, but. There we go. So the back of that upper piece is completely covered, and now I'm going to cover this piece just inside the line. Okay, wasn't that exciting? I'm going to let these two pieces dry for a couple of minutes and then I can tack them together. But until then, let's grab another question. AJ wants to know, March 28th and 29th, the Netherlands will have their first Comic-Con. Hooray! Am I going? No, I'm not going. Sorry. I've just heard about it now. But cool, that's exciting. I'm glad you guys are breaking into the comic convention thing. I hope you guys really enjoy it. Let's see. So this next piece is actually pretty close to the same size as the last piece, except for all the detail bits on it. So I'm going to cut out this one corner here, and then trace it out and get ready to stick it down. The important thing is that I have all these details laid out because later on I'm going to lay it on top of my armor when I'm adding all this detail. So good to go. But until then, let's just cut this part. So, I'm not going to pin this because it's so tiny. Like that. Like that. So I basically now have these three giant template pieces. They all kind of look the same, but they're a little bit different. Not quite the same. But now I'm going to go get my 1/4 inch foam. Got some spots here that I got a little heavy-handed with there. I'm going to get that 1/4 inch stuff and cut this piece out, get it ready to go. Oh, Will's going. Will's getting excited. He's got his new toy. Whee! All right. Getting better with it? Yeah. All right, so this stuff here, same stuff, L200. It's just only a 1/4 inch thick. So we're going to. I have all this space over there. Let's move these things out of the way. Like that. All right. Ooh, that's kind of a rough spot right there.
Can I take it back?
It's gonna that part's gonna get beveled off. A little spot on the foam here is kind of rough, but that's where the bevel is. It's gonna get trimmed off. So not too worried about that, everybody. I know you guys were, but I'm okay.
Alexander is wondering what kind of exciting commission projects you two have on the horizon. Anything you're particularly excited about?
I'm really just finishing up last year's commissions. I got that bow cranked out. That was kind of fun. I have a handful more. But other than that, I haven't taken any new stuff. Actually, nothing that I can talk about right now. So, not much on the horizon right now. I really want to just personally make some more, like some guns from Destiny. I made that one pistol, but I would love to make a kit of one of those.
Yeah, I'll be making the Vex Goblins, they call it a slap rifle. It's huge. It's like fusion rifle size, so that'll be a learning experience for me. I'm excited though.
Fun. All right.
Oh, I forgot today's Zur Day. Have you guys found Zur this week? Also, have you thought about bringing a soccer or big, actually, I was just thinking about this today, or a big floaty purple ball with you when you wear your Destiny armor? That'd be awesome to A real life game. Yeah, that was Jordina's idea. I was thinking about how if we do a photo shoot with your costume, how we should bring a soccer ball.
Yeah.
You need to have someone else to play with, though.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll. Plenty of other Destiny people.
Yeah, that's.
Dragon Con.
I really want to have a giant dance party
Yeah.
at like Dragon Con. It'd be incredible. So learn whatever dance your race is that you're gonna be.
Give this a nice sharpen. Tell you this, L200 cuts really nicely. Especially this thinner stuff is really easy to cut. A lot of the edges on this are going to get beveled, so I'm not too worried about getting them perfect.
The linker was commenting that the squeaking on the thicker foam you're using was getting to them.
Yeah.
This one's not squeaking at all.
It's just the when it's sliding across the side of it, it makes that squeaky noise.
Sean wonders if you've ever made a helmet using 3mm or 1/8" foam before. I've never done one that thin.
Yeah, it's pretty thin.
Yeah.
It's gonna be really floppy. Britt made some out of some 6mm stuff though.
Yeah, the 6mm was great. Once you get the sides put together, it really reinforces itself. If you're going with something as thin as 3mm, you're gonna have to do a lot of braces, I think. Or else it will be floppy. Unless you want it to be floppy, like a circlet or something.
Oh, here are. Let me finish this. The other stuff is not ready to stick together.
Matthew was wondering what kind of brand type respirators do you recommend? We use the ones from Harbor Freight.
I'm going to be getting a 3M one though. There's a nice one that my friend Mark, the wood whisperer, recommends that 3M makes. It's got an easy thing to pop it down, so if you need to like take a drink of coffee or whatever. So 3M respirator. This spot right here, I was saying before, I'll show you guys. This spot is kind of wonky on the foam, little disastrous. But this is where that huge bevel is going to be. So that all of this material will be removed later on. So you can see our stuff is all dry, and I can stick this together. So this is like moment of truth time. And I'm just going to stick it on one side and sort of roll it all the way around to the other. I'm going to try and do the bottom first. The nice thing is that the contact cement isn't actually all that sticky to your hands once it's dry, but it sticks to itself like nobody's business. Like that. And you can sort of lay that down like that. And there we go. There is a chest piece. Now, it's got just a little bit of contour to it, you can see. And I'll heat form that later on to get even more. But I am pretty pleased with this. If I want to, I can even like get a piece of rigid plastic back here to get the right shape and tack it down, because it really wants to bulge out in the middle. That's pretty good right there. And this thinner part's going to go on top of it. You can see this is where it starts to get really neat. So you've got this stepping, like 3 different layers here, which is kind of cool. But I think I'm going to cut some of the detail into this guy. Well, I at least have to trace the bevels on. And I'm just going to cut out, you know what, I'm going to cut out one side of this and then just flip it over. And I'm going to bevel, I can't bevel this until it's all together. Okay, so I can take this piece, lay it down, and then just trace out those bevels. And I'm just gonna just hold it down. I don't need to pin it. Oops. Like that, and flip it over. Do the other side. That looks pretty good. Like that. All right. Now this template piece I'll just keep. It's got both the bevels on one side and the fold thing on the other side. So if I want to trace that later, I'm good. That's what the bevels will look like on it there. A little thinner than it ought to be, but I think it's okay. That chest piece thing. Some really nice, cool layers going on here. Some of these bevels are going to be really hard to cut. I should have cut them. Earlier. Oh well. Like these bevels inside of here are going to be hard to cut once it's glued together. So I may just cut these now, like these pieces right here now. This one I'm going to do like on the bandsaw, this big honking thing there. I'll put the bandsaw on an angle and just zip that out. But these guys I think I'm going to cut right now. And I'll do that by taking my knife and just cutting, instead of like I was saying before, making sure you cut straight down. I'm going to cut at an angle. Like that. It's not a really exaggerated bevel, but it'll look okay, I think. Definitely want to make sure your knife is really sharp for this sort of thing.
Yeah. Dustin points out if that rough spot turns out to be trouble even after you bevel it, you can always cut it out and call it battle damage.
Yep.
I never want to do clean armor ever again. Battle damage is so much fun.
This is kind of rough. It'll get cleaned up later, but there's a bevel cut on the edge of that. And I'm gonna do it again over here. That's a little better. There we go. Not too shabby. Nice beveled edge on there. Gotta get tacked down here.
Blue Boom 06 with X's on either side was wondering where we got the torso. Bill brought that up earlier. It's it's his torso. It's plaster cast bandages. Just look up tutorials for either plaster cast torso or duct tape torso. We haven't made one of those yet, but I would like to. The plaster one is great so you can draw on it a lot easier. But the duct tape one, you can fill it with like squishy stuff so you can like stab pins into it. So they're both good. And they fit you because
it's you.
It's you. You do need a friend to help you make it though. A friend you trust.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut some of these detail things in here. This is gonna be neat. So these most of these lines here are gonna be just scored with a sharp knife and then hit with a heat gun. So I'm going to do some of that. The triangle, what I'm actually going to do there is just take a pin and poke in the corners of it, just so I know where it is. And I'm going to put dots on there because I'm going to cut those out with a laser, and then that's just to show where it gets glued down. I'll flip it over and do the other side. I like to, if I have to transfer a pattern through something onto my foam, I'll just use a pin to put dots on there, and then I see the dots, and I just go bloop, bloop, bloop. So that's, I know where those triangles are going to go. I'll cut those out later though. And then some of these other detail lines, I'll just mark with a pen and draw them out. You know, I'm gonna draw them now while it's flat, then glue it on, and then trace them or carve them. Did this line go all the way down? Yeah, it does. But like this line here goes into that bevel right there. I'm not going to bother drawing that because that's all going to be removed later on. There. There goes that. Some of these, like these inner parts, I'm going to cut out of here and then just do like an inner trace on them. Just use my X-ACTO. So where's my fancy one? I like this one. Here, I'll cut these out and then I'll show you guys what I mean by all the words coming out of my face. See what? Jorge wants to know. I'm a big fan. I love cosplay, but what do I need to become a prop maker? How do you start? I started by repainting toy guns. I would buy really cheap toy guns and just paint them over. That's a really fantastic place to start because you get that a really short project. It's really fun. You get a finished piece pretty quickly. That's where I recommend most people give it a start if you want to get into prop making. And then maybe start modifying it, like adding stuff or subtracting stuff from toy guns or swords or whatever you can find. You can go from there, and then just keep expanding your skill set until you've got, all the chops you need to make whatever you want. So here you go. I cut out all these details, and now I'll just trace those on to the foam. Oh, someone wants to see the reference image. You know what? I've got one right here that I printed out that I'm not really using. Let's see. Can I just stick that up there and not cover my own face? Here, I'll just stick that up there for a little while. Look at that. There's the reference image. All right, cool. My hands will be right here tracing something out. If I had thought ahead, I would have done this on the laser. Carving out little details like this is really awesome on the laser.
Yeah, I'll show the top one. Yeah, the middle one on the top is the chest. The one on the right, top right, chest piece. It's very exciting.
And then there's a line across the chest here. Oh, there's this. Did I not draw that? Oh, it follows this bevel line, yeah. And again, that goes into this deep bevel here. So I'm not going to bother drawing it right now. All right. So there we go. This is the detail layer, the outer detail layer of the chest piece here. And this is going to get glued down to this guy here. I might do a little bit of heat forming on this first, then I'll get it ready for gluing down. And then these details, I'll score them in with a nice sharp knife, and then I'll hit it with a heat gun, and that'll sort of bring them out. It'll be cool. It'll be cool. You guys will see. It's going to be awesome. My template folder is getting really full. I'll just put this on top of it. There we go.
Oh, this is an older one we missed from Jordina. She's planning on doing Hunter and Titan for Calgary Expo.
Cool.
Your videos have all been so helpful for the bodysuit.
Yay.
Are you making the pattern yourselves? Or do you have it pre-made? Bill is making it himself. We don't know if it will be successful. We'll see how it goes. He photoshopped an awesome file, sent it off to Fabric on Demand to get it printed. So we'll see how it goes.
So I'm just heat forming this a little bit. Hit it with the heat gun, and then really you can rough handle this stuff. Or manhandle it. There we go. And it'll hold its shape pretty well. I would rather overdo it a little bit because then when it rests on your body, it'll flex out a little bit, as opposed to having to flex in a bit, but I can put it on myself and tell how it's kind of gonna fit. So I know I need a little more. There we go. We're getting a little bit more chest shape out of that guy there. And we can do more later. I'm just going to do it like kind of in steps as we go. And that'll fit pretty good on there. The main thing right now is these side pieces definitely need to be pinched in a bit more. So just like some curling on these edge bits here. So I'll probably try and do that a little bit more, and then I'll glue on the next part.
Luke is wondering what inspired you to make this costume.
I played a lot of Destiny. My wife here, Brittany, used to work at Bungie, and we played a lot of Destiny, and I have a Titan, and I like him a lot. So.
And it's been a while since you've done Space Armor.
Yeah, that's true too. I haven't done Space Armor in a while, so I wanted to do that. But this really holds its shape really well. I like this L200. See, I'm really getting the things coming in there quite a bit. I think that's enough for now. Like I said, we'll do a little bit more later. That's pretty good. That is quite good. All right. This stuff is so thin, I'm not going to worry about keep forming it. However, I am about to do a whole bunch of about 5 minutes worth of brushing without a lot of talking. So if you needed to pee, now would be a great time. Smoke if you got them. Actually, don't smoke. That's terrible. Smoking bad kids. Come on. Come on, Bill. All right. There we go. That's the back of the front side. And now I'll do it on this. Okay then, this one's still around. I'm gonna let that dry for a good 5 minutes or so, but I'll take some questions while you guys are waiting. Well, we're all waiting for that. Dustin wants to know, Evil Ted mentioned in one of his videos that he likes to heat seal the foam before putting any sealant like Plastidip on it. Do you do this too? Yes, I do. Or do you find it doesn't make a big difference? I do. I mean, I end up heat forming it a lot anyway, so it kind of gets heat sealed no matter what. I'll show you what that means though. Let me grab my heat gun. All right, so here's a piece of scrap foam. You can kind of see. Focus. There we go. The texture on it kind of changes as you heat. This isn't a very well thought out demonstration. Focus. Focus. There we go. The texture on it, it's got a little bit of a shine. If you do that a couple of times, you'll start to see a little bit of a difference in between it. But yeah, it basically like there's like little pores in it. If you look really, really close, you can kind of notice it, and that does help. It helps a bit. It won't really be a problem with mine. I'm using that Epsillon. It's a brush on. It's kind of thick, so it won't really gonna be. It's not really gonna be a problem with that. Definitely a problem with Plastidip. Plastidip doesn't really cover very well. You've got to put like a good 5 layers on there or something. All right, what paints are you planning on using for this? Josh wants to know. Probably acrylic. I might go with some leather paints I have by Angelus, a company called Angelus. Actually, I wanted to spray it. However, in order to spray it, I need to thin it, and I need to buy. They have a particular thinner that I would like to get for their paints. And it's basically acrylic paints. I'm mostly going to use just acrylics. Acrylics work pretty well with foam. They flex a little bit. That's what I'm going to go with. Acrylics. Let's see here. Matthew wants to know, do you do anything particular with your foam scraps and cutoffs, or are they pretty much trash? I just throw them away. If they're big enough chunks, I'll keep them for like little things. But after a while, I just have a box full of foam chunks that I never use for anything, and I just throw that away. So that's kind of how that goes. Dustin wants to know, how were the strange coins made? Hey, Will, did you do a write-up on your strange coins yet? No. I'm sure Will do a write-up on the strange coins soon, but I'll give you the rundown. He designed it in Inkscape, or any other vector program will work just fine. And then we cut out different layers of it, kind of like we're doing with the foam, only tiny and out of acrylic plastic, using the laser cutter. Those layers were stacked and glued together. Then he made a mold of it out of silicone, and then we cast copies, or he cast copies. I haven't done any work. I did the laser part. He cast a whole crap ton of copies by putting brass powder in the mold, then pouring in a 2-part polyurethane plastic resin. When that cures, you pop it out. The outer layer of it has that brass powder. Buff it, paint it. Looks awesome. There you go.
Don't forget about the glowing part.
Oh, and he added a glowing resin to it. Pretty neat. BMW Films with a Z says, not sure if you've ever answered this before, but what are your personal opinions or thoughts on steampunk and the steampunk aesthetic? I think that it's tricky, because a lot of times steampunk is all found objects, and my personal opinion is it's very I'm not impressed with found object art if I can still identify the found objects in it, right? If they aren't transformed really well, or if they aren't incorporated really well, if I can be like, I can tell that was a toilet paper roll holder. I can tell, I know what it looks like. If it just looks like cobbled together things without any direction, it's not as impressive to me. So, and you see a huge wide range of that when you look at steampunk. When it's done with a really good eye for design, I like it a lot. I like, gears and brass and leather and all that. The bow I made was kind of the client asked. Here, I'll grab it. The client asked for a steampunk bow, So I mean, I didn't go. There are no gears on this. It's not wearing goggles. I just went with some brass fittings for a lot of it and wood, and I kept it a little bit light. I didn't want it to be too over the top. And also, it was all designed from scratch. It was no found object stuff. I am really bad at creating found object art. I would rather design and build something completely from scratch. Other than that, though, steampunk can be really, really fun. I like to see when people take it outside of the normal, what you would normally do with steampunk, and explore it a little more. Val wants to know, have you made a test piece of the L200 using the Epsillon? You know what, not yet, and I'm glad you mentioned that. What I'll do is I'll build a little chunk of it with some of my scraps, and maybe I'll do that tonight, with a lot of the same type of detail things I'll have on this, like a couple layers, a couple of carved pieces, and I'll brush on a couple layers of Epsillon, see how it looks. I've done a lot of Epsillon work in the past on foam floor mats, so I'm pretty confident it's going to be fine. But you're right, doing a test piece is a really great idea. Thank you, Val. Jornita says, Zur is by the speaker, everyone. If you're looking to find Zur, he's by the speaker today. See what he's got.
By the railing or the door, though?
By the railing. Can we? By the railing of the. I mean, it's the same place. We can see him as a vendor, right? In the.
No.
No. Oh, because I wanted to see what he had.
Yeah.
Guess I have to log on. Maybe we'll play some Destiny tonight. It's been a while.
Yeah.
All right.
Tracker, most stuff we have.
Oh yeah. Okay. Another one from Jordina. Have you thought about building a sparrow? Yes, I have. Actually, I want to build a pike. I like the look of the pike better. That is not in the realm of impossible in this shop. Maybe we just don't have the space for it. But I totally want to build a sparrow, or a small model of it. Or I think a pike. Maybe not even small. Maybe like 2 feet wide. Like I would love to have a model like this big of a sparrow or a pike. That'd be amazing. Josh wants to know, how do you feel about polyester resin? I'm a fan because of its durability, but I see a lot of prop makers avoid it like the plague. That's because it's highly toxic. It's really toxic. I've used it for several applications. We have a paint room over there, so if we're going to use it, we'll do it in there. It's ventilated, good to go. I made these really big gems out of clear Lite by Tap Plastics. Here, I'll make a note of that. Clear Lite. It's a polyester resin, catalyzed, blah, all that stuff. But it's super toxic. So I pour it in there, pour it in a mold in there. It takes like 8 hours to cure. It shrinks a little bit. That's the only real downside. It does shrink a bit. And I found it's a little finicky. The outer layer was kind of gummy a little bit, kind of tricky. So I don't use it all the time, but for some applications, it is definitely the right stuff. Jordina says he's by the railing. By the railing, everybody. Zur is by the speaker at the railing. Good to know. Let's see. Is this ready to go? I'm going to give it I'll do a couple more questions, and then I'll put that together. A question about Plastidip. Have you tried using the kind that comes in a container, paint on, not spray? And if you have, do you think it would be better to use that over the spray on? I have not used that. I haven't tried the brush on stuff.
I used it on my shell boots.
You did? Brittany did use it on shell boots. How was that?
I used it on squishy foam, which was stupid. I didn't know what Plastidip was at the time.
So did it just get all soaked up?
Yep.
So Brittany used it on some upholstery foam, which is very porous, and it kind of absorbed all of it. So maybe that was just the wrong application for that. You can get a can of it at the store, though, and just give it a try again.
It goes bad once you open it.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to use it all at once.
Yeah, once you crack that open, you got to use the whole thing. Good to know. There you go. All right. D. Amerson says, what kind of laser cutter do you have? Any advice for buying a laser cutter for foam? I have the Full Spectrum Laser Hobby Laser, the 5th generation, the newest one they have. That's a hobby laser, kind of the entry-level one. I upgraded to the 45-watt laser, a little bit more powerful, much longer expected life for the laser. Lasers will die eventually. The laser tube that actually fires a laser. That guy. What else did I do? I sprung for the exhaust fan, which is back there, and the compressor and all that. I got the warranty, everything. I ended up getting about $1,000 extra worth of stuff on top of the laser to upgrade it a little bit. I would recommend doing what I did. Like, you can go well, it depends. You can go build your own laser, right? You can order a cheap one. I wanted one in the US so that if I have to send it somewhere to get fixed, I can send it to the US. I wanted one that came ready to go. Like, plug it in, connect it, calibrate it, go. And I wanted one with a warranty, so if it does break, I'm not shelling out tons more money to fix it. I wanted customer support, so if I need to just call someone over the phone, they can help me fix it. That's what I wanted from my laser, and that's why I ordered my own. If you have the time and you want to tinker, you can go in and build your own. It's totally within the realm of possibility. There are lots of guides online, so check that out. But that's how I got into it. All right, let's attach these pieces here. I'm just gonna start at the bottom.
Giant hole there.
Actually, I'm gonna put one of these side panels on here first. These bottom edges aren't lining up perfectly, but they're all gonna get beveled, so I ain't gonna cry over it. I do want the neck piece to. You can actually stretch the foam quite a bit, which is kind of nice, especially this thinner stuff. Really kind of get it to line up there. So these, all right, I'll show you guys here. If I get this all together. Well, that is kind of thick and burly. All right, couple of things. Some of this is a little sloppy. This edge right here is pretty sloppy. I'm gonna go back in probably with a Dremel and just clean all that up. Same thing with like this edge here is a little bit of an overlap. I'll clean all that up. These edges here will get sanded down. I do kind of wish I got that a little closer, but that's what you do. Maybe I'll just bevel those. Bevel all the edges. Why not? Like, I could go in and just do a 1/2-inch bevel on all these guys here, and it'll look fine. Yeah. Should I cut the details? No, I'm going to do the bevels first, and then I'll cut in all these details, because these are all going to get modified a bit. So I think let's do this big honking bevel on here. That's going to be fun. And I'm gonna heat form this again, because I'm going to kind of lay it flat when I cut it. And I do need to figure out what angle I want to do on the bandsaw, and also like I'm going to give myself a lot of spare room on that and clean it up on my spindle sander. So I'm not going to be too paranoid about getting it really, really super great, but just remove a lot of material. I should take a photo of that. Well, I'm doing really bad at this photo taking thing. I'll do more photos on the back side. Boy, I am getting hungry.
Only 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. So this is what I need to do. I need to figure out how, like, what angle I should cut this bevel roughly to. And I know that it's got, like, here's 2 pieces of 1/2 inch, and here's a piece of 1/4 1/4 inch. So I'm gonna quickly glue these together just with some super glue, and then like measure the angle and stuff. Oops. Let's do this. Spray some accelerant on there. Oh yeah. This is why I keep all those scraps around, because I know I'm going to need them for something. Let's see, what'll I do? I'll square this off, and then I'll just put it. All right, I'm going to swap over. This will be really fun, you guys. You can watch me go use the bandsaw. Sorry, this web camera is terrible quality, but what do we get? All right. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. So I'm going to angle this so that I need to measure how far in it needs to go. How far was that? I think it was 1 1/4 or 1 1/8. Let's do 1 1/8 just so I have a little room to play. And let's try and curve it. All right, so I drew a little bit of a line on there, and I need to figure out roughly what angle this should be. That is a pretty steep angle. All right. My bandsaw is pretty upset with me. Cutting through a lot of layers of foam. So let's swap it back over. Let's do a little post-game analysis here. That blade is kind of wide. The blade on the bandsaw. So I wanted to practice the curve. This might not be so bad actually. I made this a 90-degree curve, and that was probably a bit much. But where the bandsaw sort of pivoted around, it got a little angry about that. The rest of this looks really good. So I'm gonna imagine that's what it's gonna look like. So I'm just gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it. How's that sound, you guys? I'm feeling pretty good about this. If I wasn't so confident, I'd do a couple more test pieces. And this is why I really, really, really recommend doing test pieces like this. All right, everyone, hold on to your butts. Let's do this. Okay, then. Oh, is that gonna clear? Shit, that won't fit. That won't even fit in my bandsaw. Damn it! There's not this. It's got to fit through there, and it won't fit. But if I did it like this, boy, that would be dangerous, wouldn't it? No, I can't. There's no way I can do that because I don't know. Yeah, it's got to go like that. Yeah, I could do it on the scroll saw. It's a lot. Well, that's not that bad. Of course, the scroll saw is in the blind spot of my camera. So we are at just under 45 degrees. New plan, everyone. Using the scroll saw. Sorry you can't see. There's a lot of extra material on this bevel. I'm just gonna do a little quick test on. That's fine. That's okay. Here, I'm gonna swap this back over to the main thing. Okay, so the scroll saw is right there. I didn't think I was going to use that, so I didn't put a camera at it. But I'm going to do that real quick, and then I'll show you guys the results. So I move everything out of the camera, computer out of the way. Let's see, this is going to be weird. Let's go for it. Oh, crap. Well, that just gouged the crap out of this. I ended up, look at that, guys. I ended up squeezing the foam under there, and it got a little beat up. That might be one of those cases of battle damage right there. I got the bevel on there. It's a little, like I said, a little wacky. I'm gonna have to do some cleanup work on that. It's pretty good. I mean, that's a really hard thing to do, and I'm happy that it worked out. I just wish I hadn't mangled the shit out of this part. Tell you what. Yeah. Make that into a feature, not a bug, right? Here's the piece that came off of it, this fake honking guy there. And I did, like I said, I did all that on my scroll saw. I would have rather done it on the bandsaw, but it wouldn't fit. Let's get a photo of that. Here's a look at the damage right there. So this armor is going to have some battle damage on it anyway. I'm just going to leave that the way it is right now, and when I get to the point when I'm like adding like battle damage to it, I'll just go in and incorporate that a little bit. Let's see here. The cut's pretty good. I'm gonna go over to the spindle sander real quick, you guys. I don't have a camera on that either, but it'll be fast, so I'll be right back. Tell you what, these little crooks right here, or whatever, crotch areas, I guess. I don't know what you call them. Kind of hard to get at with the spindle sander there. I might go in with the Dremel and clean them up. But that was just like where the blade pivoted. It's kind of tricky. You can also, like, here's a 220 grit sandpaper. You can go in, do some little sanding there to like clean up edges and whatnot a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. You know what? Maybe I'll try the belt sander. One more time on camera here, you guys. Actually, your belt sander's laying down flat right now. I'm gonna borrow that if you don't mind. Oh, God damn it. I really might do a trick here. Yeah, I knew this part was going to be tricky. I didn't realize this how tricky. I'm going to go in just with a Dremel and do some hand. These big tools like just really gouge out. Like I removed a little more material than I wanted there. So let's do this. I'll swap the camera over. You guys can watch the Dremel. Boop. Like that. See? Over here. Swap out. Have a little more fine control with this guy. Well, I'm at a point now where I'm only going to do more damage, so I'm going to quit while it looks okay. It doesn't look like as good as I would hope it would. But I don't want to have to redo this whole thing, so I'm just going to go with what I got. This part down here got a little thin, so I'm just going to trim that. And then I'm just going to go over this a little bit with some sandpaper, some 220 here, and just call it okay. Again, I don't like the more of this I screw with it, the less happy with it I'm going to be. But in general, I think it looks pretty good. I can do a little bit more refining once I clear coat it, or once I seal it. But in general, that's pretty good. It's pretty okay. This nice big honking bevel thing there, except for this big gouge I did right there. Well, goes to show, it doesn't always go according to plan. All right, there are a couple more detail things I need to draw on here. Let's get another shot of that. Clean that up. I can throw that away. Throw that away. Clean everything up. Super glue away. Got my pen. All right. So there was like this line swooping down under here. This line kind of gets extended. I did half an inch across. Like that. There we go. Oops. And then this line goes all the way down the bevel. My pen doesn't work. There we go. Pens like look great on foam, but they like clog up a bit. And then this line's just gonna go here. Like that. And not draw anything because it's not working. There we go. And this one goes down here. All right, so all of the, ignoring this, all of the pen marks on here, I'm going to score with a sharp knife. I'll just use my X-ACTO. I'm going to sharpen it so it doesn't pull, including these sort of rounded rectangular pieces, all of the stuff. Just going to score it, then hit it with a heat gun, and you'll see all those pieces pop out. It's going to be wicked. Oh, I actually have to clean up. You know, I have that Dremel plugged in, so I'm going to clean up these bevels real fast, and then I'll do that. There we go. Collar piece came off. That was. I only pooped a little bit. All right. There we go. That looks, again, pretty good. It's really tricky. Like that, I turned the Dremel down partway through there because the higher speeds really mangles it. Like it removes material at an alarming rate. But that's pretty good. Pretty good bevel in there. Again, it's all going to get sealed anyway. And I can do some finishing work afterwards to make it look a lot prettier. All right, I'm not going to bust my head. Look what I did. Trying to cut it in the scroll. So yeah, I'm going to add some battle damage there. That'll be all right. Big old like blaster mark on there. I think it'll look cool. All right, now I'm going to carve in all this detail that I saw, these lines, with a really nice sharp. Actually, let me sharpen it. I'll sharpen this knife first. So I'll do this line, this line going that way, and I'll show you what I mean. So I'm going to cut in the line. I'm only going in about 1/8 of an inch. And I'll cut across like that, and down like that. And then there are these little loopy things. I'm going to do those too. Here we go. And keeping a knife really sharp for this kind of stuff. So I cut those in, and then I'll hit it with the heat gun. You'll see it looks really cool. Keeping your knife really sharp for this is vital. Really, really important. So here we go. I'll keep at it. Oh my God. You know what? It melted back together. Holy hell. I think I may have hit the L200 a little hot there. All right. First time doing this with L200. I'm glad you guys were here for this. Looks like it melted back closed. Holy crap. Wow, this stuff really, really wants to melt. You can start to see a little bit more carved detail into there. All right, let me give you an example with the floor mats. I don't have any floor mats. Never mind. Anyway, that's crazy. The L200 just goes bonkers. Let me cut out a couple more of these lines here. And I can already tell I need to sharpen the knife because I'm just using the tip of it, and the tip keeps getting dull. So give it a quick sharpen like that, and cut out some more lines. So here's a good idea too, for like a corner, like this piece, this guy right here. I'll pull it apart so I don't get an overlap. I'll cut into it like that. Cut into this like that. Turn it around and cut into the corner like that and connect it. And do that like that. Then cut into this corner like that. And cut into this corner like that. So we don't get it like cutting into an edge you don't want to actually cut into. I'm still kind of floored about how quickly that melted. That's crazy.
Learning.
Yeah, we're learning. This can be tedious work, but it is really, really cool. When I'm finishing this later on, though, there will be indents here, and it'll make painting it really easy. It'll look super neat because when the light hits it, you'll see that indent hitting it. That relief, as they call it. All right, another quick sharpen. I'll finish those last two, and I'll zap this and call this piece done for now. And then I'm going to take a bit of a break. Oh wow, it's 4:30. You guys watch? You guys still watching? Woo! Absolute concentration for these little doodads there. This is a part I would really rather do on the laser, but I didn't think I had to do that. There we go. All right. Let's keep this whole thing. Oh, you know what, too? Let's see. I'm going to do some quick, really, really quick bevels on these edges here. Like that. Just hit that with the sander real fast. Clean that up. So you like the bottom. That's a little bit. I'm going to go run that on the sander real quick, and then I'm going to hit this with the heat gun. We'll be good. All right. These edges here I cleaned up a bit just on the sander there. The loud noise you hear is my dust collection system. This is reacting very different to normal foam. Like it really is just like I touched it with my thumb and it kind of did that smear thing there. And it's kind of melting back together. It's really wacky. This is cool though. When I pull this apart though, you'll get those nice lines right there. I'm gonna trim this out again. So weird. This is definitely something I wish I had tested beforehand. All right, some really weird sort of texture stuff going on here. Well, this piece didn't split. But it's starting to look pretty cool. Yeah, normal EVA will want to pull apart along those seams, and this is a little reluctant to do that. But overall, it's really, look at that. Aside from the bullet hole that I put right there, that looks like chest armor, ladies and gentlemen. That kind of looks like the armor that I have over there, and I'm pretty happy about that. Let's see how it looks on my dude. It's like a thing. I'm gonna just heat up, shape it a little bit. That's pretty good. Really weird. I was hoping these would split a little bit more because I'm going to be sealing these, and they'll fill up with the Epsillon. We'll see how it goes, though. We will see. How do I split this all the way down? That looks all right. Well, I think I can play with this all day long trying to get it just right, but I have more like finishing work to do on it, so I'm not gonna worry about that too much right now. The changes I make right now are gonna have little impact on the final piece, so I'm not gonna bust my butt over it. But look at that, ta-da! Chest piece thing. I'm gonna stick it on there, and we'll see how it looks, and start doing the other pieces after I take a little bit of a break. There we go. All right, so this guy will be chilling in the background as I figure out how to do. Actually, let me try it on first. There we go. Chest piece thing. I'll have my bodysuit under here. I'll have a belt thing there. It'll be really cool. I'm gonna have. Oh, where's my shoulders? This will be up here, like that. That'll be pretty neat. Super cool. Ta-da, check out it.
That's awesome. Yeah.
All right, let's tape that back up. All right, everybody. Hey, I'm gonna leave the stream going, but I'm gonna go like take 5 and get a drink, use the restroom, and then I will answer some more of your questions and get working on the next piece. Sounds good. Awesome.
Probably leave a little thing up. A picture.
Yeah, I got a thing I can throw up there. There we go. All right, cool. I will be back.
Smells really good upstairs.
Oh, that's right. I forgot we put a pork shoulder. Okay. Hey, some people are still here. All right. All right. I'm energized. Eat a spoonful of peanut butter. The prop maker's snack of choice. Got some armor back there. I think I want to work on the back and then work on the pieces that connect them. Let me move my reference image over here. So the straps seem to go under it. Here, I'll share this over. Actually, you know what? Let me quick tweet out that I'm still doing this. Give me one moment. Going to Twitter. Boop. Tweeted. Okay. Oh, here let's do a couple questions. Here we go. Matthew wants to know, how do you go about cutting perfect holes that are too large, too small to be accomplished by using the Dremel or drum bits? I barely remember you say sometimes about using PVC pipe. Sure. I mean, if I need just a hole, I'll use like a drill bit or a Forstner bit in my drill press if I want to remove material. If I want like a plug or a circle, if you want to just cut a circle, then you got to use a PVC pipe. It's actually better if you have a metal pipe because you can sharpen that better, but PVC kind of works pretty well too. Just sharpen the edge of the PVC pipe, stick it in your piece of foam and twist it, and it'll cut a thing. It will dull really, really fast, keep that in mind. You can get one of the reasons why I like PVC is you can get it in a lot of different diameters. So grab a bunch and have fun with it. BMW Film says, have you ever tried making a mechanical iris? No, I haven't. It's like the thing inside of a camera lens. I'll show you. Let me quick, since I have a camera out, photo this thing. All right. Mechanical iris. Let's line that up. Wah, 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 wah. But no, I've never tried to build one. If I did, I would probably design it and cut out the pieces with my laser cutter. Because when it comes to moving mechanical parts, you need some degree of control. It's kind of tough to do that by hand. Sergeant Surger says, I'm almost done with my prop piece. It's wonderful to hear "damn it" coming from my laptop as we're sewing and playing with Warbluff. My friend and I are in agreement. Prayer and power tools, the Bill way. Yeah, it doesn't, boy, it very infrequently goes to plan. The people you see who make stuff that you like, that you enjoy, that you think looks good, only got there because through just tons and tons of trial and error. And the trial and error, the error part never goes away. There's always error. Josh says, not many prop builders here in Ireland, so thanks for all the help. You're most welcome. Final question, what's your most important tool in your workshop? These guys right here, my hands. The only ones I could not live without. Other than that, the rest of them are completely replaceable. Except maybe that Dremel. I like that Dremel a lot. Oh, another one from Matthew. I've read numerous places that the fumes from heating up EVA foam are worse for you than the fumes of adhesives like barge. It depends if you melt it. Like if you melt the EVA, like don't put it in your oven, you're fine. But don't like. Same thing with like anything with PVC in it. If you melt it enough that it burns, it releases chlorine gas, and that's really, really bad. So just keep that in mind. All right, I'm gonna get some more work done. So I'm looking at the back of the armor here. I have, this is really nice now. I have the front on there, so I know, and this is to be expected, but you can see how there were my lines from before, and even though this is nice and centered, the thickness, this piece is so thick, it's no longer reaching all the way there. I'm going to build a side piece right here, so it's not that much of a problem. See, same thing. Oh, there's no lines on this side. I'm going to have a side sort of adjustable thing there so that it'll be okay. But when you add this much thickness to your design, it becomes harder and harder to match up those measurements. So in this case, you would have wanted to make it a little bigger. Again, I'm totally okay with that. I'm planning on putting some pieces right there. Though in the if I were to do this again, I might make those a little bigger. So anyway, I'm gonna draw in those pieces, what that might look like. In fact, I'm gonna retrace this edge just so I know that's where it really is, and then draw in sort of this strap thing. And I've got my reference here. The back piece actually loops all the way around to the front. I'm going to make it separate so that it can come apart. I found that with my Mass Effect armor, having the sides and the back also removable makes it easier to ship because these pieces can lay flatter. So I'm going to make the chest is basically going to be 4 main pieces: the front and the back, then 2 side pieces. So I'm going to do a little bit of modification of the original design from Destiny to to accommodate that. So that's where I'm coming from when I'm doing all this. Just so you guys know, this is good. I mean, I know my arm comes out here. And something else to pay attention to when you're worried about that is you want to be able to close your arm. If you have a lot of material there, then your arm is gonna bulge out of it, and the higher it is, the more it's going to interfere with your arms. So just keep that in mind. So this side piece goes here and across here. All right, I do want to make this piece roughly. Let's draw one line. Like that, and then kind of make it parallel a little bit. You know what, I'm actually going to trace. I did so much drawing here. I'm going to trace it out with Sharpie. All right, so that's where that's coming. The back piece, it looks like it comes down kind of where this is where the strap is going to come down. So it looks like it's coming down kind of right with it, with that strap piece. It doesn't go out too far. So my back strap thing that I'm adding needs to come up quite a bit. Let's continue this shoulder strap. Started drawing that earlier. This is all just comes together. I'm just realizing now that these two reference images, I'm wearing a different chest piece in this one. Good to know. All right, this needs to come up. And this can come around like that. So this is all going to be just like side piece right here. All right, now I can start working on the back of the armor. It's got like this. So the neck piece is going to be here. So starting below that is like this. Put all these bolts in the way. And it actually overlaps with the shoulder strap. The shoulder strap comes down pretty far though. I didn't really get a good straight from behind. Part of the problem is in this reference image, I had a giant sniper rifle on my back when I was taking the pictures in game, so it's a little bit of a pain. This is going to be a big honking back thing for sure. I don't really know how the bottom, but well, I kind of do. Let's see there. This is no small piece though. It's down pretty far too. Let's just come straight across for the lower part. How about this? All right, a big sort of oval shape on the bottom or the top, and this bit right here. So this is all going to be a sort of a platform. Well, kind of. There's some weird overlapping going on here. Let me swap over to the reference image I'm working from. I'll show you guys what I mean. Here we go. So this is the back thing I'm working from. It's cropped over here because there's just a giant sniper rifle there. So this part comes around. And I think I want to do this main shape that I'm drawing right now, and then add a layer on the inside where this will go, because this is just going to come up. It doesn't lay flush with my neck. But I want to keep a lip here for the shoulder strap to sort of snug itself into. That's what I would like to do. Well, this is a very tricky piece. All right. So I'm just going to start roughing some of the finer details out. So this kind of sort of thing comes around, and there's yeah, I'm definitely going to simplify this quite a bit. And then we've got the spine thing. That's pretty big. Let's actually measure that out. 4 inches wide seems like at its widest it should be 4 inches. Maybe at the top it's 3. That's pretty good. And then here at the bottom, this is all going to be like a bigger, like solid chunks of foam. So what I'll do is I'll like laminate a bunch of pieces together and cut them out with the bandsaw or something like that. I think that'll be the best way to do that. And how many segments do we have? There's like 1, 2. It gets kind of weird. Let's see. Why don't I do 2 main pieces? It's like this top piece here is very much a separate piece. So kind of where I don't usually worry too much about measurements, just like relative position of stuff. So there's a big segment up here, and then there's a sort of a lower segment with some detail on it. And the big where they meet, it looks like it's the same place where this shoulder strap meets. So like here. So now this like segment up here, I can measure it off of this and kind of get a pretty good idea what it ought to look like. I'm also going to take this different than the other stuff because I'm going to build it in 3 dimensions instead of like 2, like the flatter pieces. And I'll draw a side view of it, but once I get the sort of length of it. So this sort of has a peak here and then it sort of tapers down. So why don't I all right. People ask me this all the time. Hey, Bill, when you get really frustrated with a certain part, what do? I go work on a different part, and I'll come back to that. I need to ponder about that a little bit more. But I got to go back to focusing on just getting a base shape that I can slap down. And this is nice because it is fairly nice and flat. Get a base shape that I can slap down and then build on top of it. And I think that it's kind of weird because this part's going to come up here. It looks like this guy is hunching more than me in the reference image. So anyway, I think I'm just going to cut out this big base shape here. Yeah. Sure. Okay, let's just roll with it. So I'm going to do the thing I did before with the masking tape. Those of you guys that may not have been here, this is how I did my Mass Effect armor, and this is how I'm going to do this armor. First, let's outline all this. I really need this to be darker so I can see it. You know what? I'm gonna cut out a chunk here for the shoulder strap to go, and then I'll just build the other parts on top of it. That's what I'm gonna do. This can be bigger. So the shoulder strap's gonna come in here. There'll be another piece on top of it, but this is so that it can slide under the other piece. It'll look great, trust me, you guys. And then the other piece will go up there, down. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gonna look awesome. Totally awesome. Okay. Right, that comes in there, and then this is going to come in here. I think that looks pretty swell. All right. So I'm just adding tape for the outline of this guy. And then I'll peel this off and make a template off of it. Again, I could have done that foil thing if I thought ahead, but I've done this way before, so I'm just gonna roll with it. A lot of times when people ask me about different techniques to try, sometimes my answer is whatever one you're just good at. And I need, like, this armor needs to get done. Toot sweet. I'm on a crunch to get it done in a couple weeks, and I have other work I need to do. Go figure. So I'm not really gonna experiment too much on this build. I'm gonna go with what I know. The only thing I'm new is that L200, and it's already throwing me for a loop a little bit. All right. In the areas here, I can. Marv says, "Why don't you put tape down first and then draw on that?" I don't know. I didn't know where I was gonna be working, so I just kind of went for it. In the grand scheme of things, it's not like I would be saving a ton of time by doing it that way, so I'm not too bent out of shape. Mangled it. There we go. See, Fred says, how do you feel after a con you find a damage or not desired weathering? Oh, that's part of the gig. Costumes get broken all the time. Comes with the territory. I either fix stuff at the con if I can, but usually I take my beat up costume, I throw it in a crate, ship it home, and deal with it the next time I take that costume out of the crate. A lot of times I just chuck it in there and forget that it got beat up at the last convention. And I'll do, like, the day before I go to another convention, I'll do some repair work on a costume before I go. Okay, I think this is going to be a pretty good base to build our shoulder armor on, or our back armor. Cool. Let's move my buddy here. Oh, I gotta get a photo of this. Where's my camera? All right, carefully remove it. We got a photo of the drawing I did. It's tricky, like, tell you what, having to, I don't have to, but it's part of my job. Basically document every step that you do when you're working on your projects. Sometimes you really just want to sit down and build. It's just not gonna happen. All right. Oh my goodness. Gotta wait for me. I gotta put some of these away. A little out of hand. Okay. This is from Newbington. On average, how much of each build of yours is scientifically, mathematically figured out, and how much is guesstimation? I would say 0% is mathematically figured out. I don't do a lot of math. Like I said before, I try to make it look good, and I try and make it look good relative to other stuff in the reference. So proportion, maybe I might use some proportion, but I hardly ever like write it out. All right. This. Okay. So we're going to, I gotta take a photo, gotta remember, document everything. Everything must be documented. Cool. All right, let's mark the midline here. It looks like I monkey that up a little bit. It's fine. That's okay. So now I'm just tracing the the tape thing that I made. Sorry about that. My music stopped. Come on, Bach. There we go. All right, peel this up. I'm gonna hang on to this. I threw the other one away. Seems like that was, in hindsight, kind of a bad idea. And draw my midline. Again, I'm using a ballpoint pen so that it leaves a nice groove there. Makes it easy to fold. And then I'm going to clean up some of these lines. It's nice to, it's good to keep lots of different types of rulers. The tiny one, there we go. Here we go. BMW Film says, is it a goal of yours to get a prop that's used in a big Hollywood film? You know what? Not really. It's not, I don't know. It's weird. I've gotten really accustomed to getting to take all the credit for the work that I do. As you should. If you make something, you should get all the credit for it. And prop makers in Hollywood do not usually get credit for the work that they do. There's a lot of personal prestige knowing that you worked on something or something really cool, or seeing something that you made on the big screen. And I'm sure that's really, really rad. It just doesn't really hold any favor with me. I don't know. Maybe my goals will change in life, but right now I'm not. I don't feel the pull. Right now, get the personal satisfaction, I guess, of running a successful small business is enough for me, and it's enough of a challenge for me. So, to me, that's a lot more. What's the word? A lot more satisfying than like seeing something I made in a movie. I don't know. But again, maybe my goals will change. I don't know. Cool. Well, there's half of my piece. Take a picture. Half of my back piece right there. Oh, that's really bright. At some point, I would love to do this live stream with like a better switching system and like a couple of cameras, like a top-down camera, a wider camera, like a camera over there, whatever. I have grand ideas for this, but right now it's literally running off of my MacBook Air and 2 webcams, and it's only barely working. All right, let's do this. Let's cut this out. All right, like before, I'm going to take pins and pin the 2 halves together for when I'm cutting this out so that they stay together. Like that. Got a nice little sandwich. And now I've cut it out. See, Abby says, how did you get into prop making, and are you completely self-taught? So I went to school for art, for computer art. Technically, I've done a lot of technical and architectural type drafting. I've done lots of 3D modeling. That's what my degree was in. So I have a strong art background. I also did a lot of building of things as a youngster growing up. We rebuild models all the time. So I have a strong background in like just being creative. Anyway, I got into prop making because my friends were cosplaying, and I decided to join them because it looked like a lot of fun. And I built all of our props because I already kind of knew how to make stuff. And after that, I was like, wow, let's do this more. And then it consumed my life. So that's kind of how it got started. And I mean, as far as being self-taught, technically, yes. I mean, a lot of what I learned growing up kind of carried over, but also, I mean, the specific stuff when it comes to like prop making things, molding, casting, all that stuff, things I picked up off the internet from other makers. I did not go to school for that. backpack thing. Now I can go see, you know what? I think that looks pretty good. And this part right here is actually gonna stay upwardly mobile. So why don't I cut this out of foam? Yeah, it seems like a wonderful idea. This is gonna be the 1/2" stuff. All right. That looks pretty good. And this one's big enough that I'm definitely going to pin it down. I'm going to cut this out roughly. Oh boy, got a little close to the edge there. Oh, damn it. Damn it, Bill. Let's see if I can reposition it. You forget, like, the bevel of the knife kind of makes it sometimes. That'll be okay right there. It's tricky if your piece is too close, if your line is too close to an edge, it's actually kind of hard to cut. But I can clean that up on the sander later on if I have to. I'm running into crap. See what I mean? I kind of cut it a little close here. This edge right here might be a little close, but I kind of have to just deal with it. Let's see, let's answer another question. Matthew wants to know, how often do you go through cutting mats? This is my 3rd one in about 5 or 6 years. So every couple of years I replace it. I still have I keep the old ones, so I still use them around the shop, but they're pretty beat up. Mostly I got this one just because I needed one that was bigger, and I found them online for a very reasonable price. Again, I'll link to that in the description once this thing is all recorded on the internet. Okay, do some cutting. What's Sarah? I don't know what Sarah is referencing, but she says he was that guy. I don't know what you mean, Sarah, but I'm pointing this out anyway because you're my friend. I feel like that's what I should do. Sarah's my buddy. She came by a couple days ago with a bunch of leather to make some leather bracers from the order 1880 whatever, and we put the leather in the laser cutter, which was really cool, except it stinks really bad. All right, I just hacked a bunch of stuff up, so I'm gonna sharpen my blade. Is this terrifying? All right. Let's do some cutting. Someone mentioned that they didn't like that squeaking. It's right next to my face. What do you think I feel about it? All right, so this is the edge that was really close. I'm gonna let me cut this piece. Then I'll show you guys what I meant by how it's kind of hard to cut. All right, I'm going to cut this long curved part here, and it'll probably clip off a little bit, or it'll cut perfectly. Never mind, it's fine. I'm going to do this. This L200 really does cut very nicely. Let's see, let's grab another one. People asked us a couple times that the paper for the template is just masking paper from the hardware store. It's very sturdy and durable, which is nice because you may use it multiple times. So that's what that is. All right, there we go. There's our back piece right there. Again, these are slots for there's going to be a piece that goes over this, so you won't see that, but that's where the shoulder straps are going to attach. Right there. Got a little light on that. By the way, this light here, this ring light I got from the office supply store, this thing is neat. There we go. And this is fairly flat. There's going to be a little bit of curve on the edge, but nothing too wacky. Okay, let's build out the piece that goes over this. Let's see. I'm just figuring this out in my head. This is important. I can't use the same template because it's actually bigger. It goes over that part. You know what though? I'm going to trace this out on another piece of paper and just draw over it. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. This is bye for now. Grab another piece of paper. This is a lot of people ask me if they want a template, like it's already built. And they ask how I make templates. This is the part that the problem solving, figuring it out, this is my favorite part. This is really why I got into doing this. I'm just going to do a quick trace and pencil because the next part is isn't going to use any of these lines. I don't. Maybe some of them. I don't know. I gotta ponder some more. I don't know how much you guys want to watch me sit and stare at a computer screen. That is a lot of the problem solving process. All right, I'm gonna reserve this. I'm not sure when I'm gonna need that for next. I'll tell you what, this giant drawer is so handy, and I also have under here a little shelf, just a really small shelf with a couple of tools I use all the time. I usually keep, oh, there's some nice dirty crap under there. I keep most of these tools here, this knife, most of those tools live under there, so I can grab them whenever I want. I need the midline. I need that too. Let's draw that. There we go. Okay. Now I can put this away. What do we have here? Dustin says, do you find that extending the blade really long and cutting it at an extreme angle helps you cut at 90-degree angles, or does that just come with better practice? It makes cutting easier. I'll tell you. More of the blade surface is contacting, is pulling through the foam. The sharper your angle is, you're pushing, and it doesn't want to cut. The steeper your angle, like that, the more you're pulling through the foam, and it cuts easier that way. As far as having unintentional bevels, that's just, you got to practice a lot, and just be very aware of the angle of the blade as you're cutting. That's what that boils down to. Okay. Where's Harvey? 10. There's the ruler. All right, so this next part here is like, this is where I gotta figure this out. So there's this part that covers the all right, I think I'm thinking about this too much. Yeah, you know what? It may just be the same, but without that cutout, and then the next part is a little bit smaller. I think that might be it. I think it's basically identical. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking too hard about this. You know, I'm going to reserve this for the next layer, and just cut out another piece to go over that one. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. For this, I'm going to swap out. So basically, I'm going to cut out another piece that goes over this that just totally covers it. And then it'll be like an inch thick piece with this notch cut out of the back. That'll be fine. That'll really be fine. All right. Well, I am really going through this foam. Mm. Let's just. Tidy things up. This is my ever-growing pile of fairly big chunks of scrap. I don't know what to put that in, but it got a bunch of crap all over it. Let's not put those there. Let's put these there. This one goes there. That one goes there. All right. So I'm going to start by sort of sketching out where this gap was. So I'm basically just filling in that area right there. Can I put this away? Yeah, I don't need this. I'll need this other one. All right. Tracing cut. That's my life. Lots of tracing and lots of cutting. Well, that was a nice cut. In fact, I can, once this is cut out, I think I can glue it down. It's gonna be a whole lot of glue. All right, so this is a really big, really round cut. So here goes. Should have probably sharpened my knife beforehand, but I did not. Ta-da! Now I have something to wear. Yeah, a couple of little pulls on the edge of this because I didn't sharpen that knife, but it looks all right. Okay, so this gets glued on top of this. I'm going to trace out this gap because I won't put glue on that. Like that. So I'll put glue on there and glue on there. Stick them together. Work on the next piece. Yeah. Starting to run out of steam. It's almost dinner time. That's what I think. All right. Applying glue. There's no brush. All right, the next one. Ta-da! All right. While those are drying, I'm going to start drawing the next piece. See how you get into a rhythm like that? Like, oh, let's do the next piece. Oh, let's do the next thing. All right, this is like a thinner bit. Just gonna wing this. So it comes up kind of like that. Yeah. I think this is going to be another 1/2-inch piece. I'm really gonna use a lot of the that 1/2 inch and not so much of the 1/4 inch. Sure, that looks okay. I think what's really going to set this back piece apart is that sort of spine thing that I got going on there. Yeah, this looks fine. Let's just cut it out. Cut it out. There we go. Oh, didn't quite cut all the way through. So I think the next, what'll go on top of this is that wacky spine thing. So after this, I'm going to start drawing that. And then there's some pieces on the side that I think I'll do in 1/4 inch. Yeah, that looks pretty good. But I'll have that attached before I do that. All right, let's cut this out and then attach those guys. Let's grab a question here. Gary wants to know, Bill, you're an animal. I started watching this while I was at work, and you're still at it? Beast mode prop making, buddy. Yeah, Gary. Well, when you do this all day, every day, woo, and you do this all day, every day. That's, yeah. I want to get the base, most of the base shapes knocked out for this today. That's the goal. We'll see if that happens. There we go. Fortunately, a lot of these back pieces are pretty straightforward. That spine thing is going to be tricky, but once I figure that out, I should be in pretty good shape. There we go. My buddy Mario wants the laser stuff, and he's gonna bring me beer. So I'm like, yeah, man, come on over. All right, one big one cut, and I remembered this time I'm gonna sharpen my blade. Okay, here we go. Mario. Ta-da! Got a little weird right there. I'm gonna hit that with a belt sander or the disc sander, and it'll look pretty good. All right, so the edge was a little wacky. Just cleaned it up a little bit on the belt or the sander. It's good. Let's connect these guys. So there is that, and that's gonna go like that. And there we go. The edges don't quite line up, and I'll do the same thing. I'll put them on the belts there, just sander. With the what I call that tool. All right, and then this will get curved over, and I think I want to do that before. I glue on the next bit, because this next layer is going to go up like that. So we have these little notches in the back for the things to attach, the shoulder straps, and then this next layer here for the back thing all goes right there. And I may bend that over a little bit. Let's heat it up a little heat for me. I think that works. Pretty good. All right, I can trace this on. Trace where this goes, and then apply more glue. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to let that. This didn't line up on the edge, but I'm going to let it go. I think it looks fine. All right. Ta-da! More glue. See you guys on the other side. Oh, Abby is asking, what kind of glue do you use for that foam? Well, Abby, you see, I use Barge contact cement. Ta-da! If you go to punishedprops.com and hit the search thing and look for Barge, you'll see an article all about it. Yeah. Okay. Time to start drawing that big spinety thing.
How's it going?
Going all right?
Any more balloons?
Nope, I haven't really done anything too challenging lately.
Excellent.
The problem was I was cutting it in here on an angle, and when it got there, it got caught under this thing there. Okay, let's get a piece of paper. Mario. Actually, Mario's coming over. Mario World in a little bit. I told him 7. I figured I may end this in like 20 minutes and then go eat.
It's good fun. Some bars escapes.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a good question.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, what is your preferred method of keeping your armor on your body? Straps? Mobility is obviously necessary to have, but the armor still has to stay in place. If only someone wrote an ebook about that.
I like straps. I like nylon webbing straps. And we happen to have some right here.
Is this 1 inch or half inch?
I believe that's 3/4 of an inch.
3/4 inch.
Yeah.
What are those again? You can buy them in bulk. It's like backpack straps called nylon webbing.
Yep.
It's amazing. Yeah, Bill goes in depth in his 3rd Foamsmith book. Was it Undersuits and Straps and Lights?
Yep.
Or whatever it's called. You think I'd know the name by now?
Yeah, but nylon webbing is really great. It's pretty cheap. It's super durable. It doesn't stretch. Then I'll get the same width buckles and slides and elastic so that it all matches up. And that is how I do.
We have someone watching from Algeria.
Wow.
Dottie. They don't have L200 foam. What do you suggest to use?
I mean, the floor mats are my go-to. I don't know if you have that there. I know a lot of people, it's a lot harder to get than it is to get here. The foam floor mats are what we use, though. Anything though that's EVA foam will work.
I've seen, I think it was in one of the cosplayers in Switzerland, used camping sleeping mats. It came in a roll and it looks like EVA. I'm not sure if it actually was, but it worked for his he made like a big Warhammer costume. But yeah, so it was like yoga mats or sleeping camping mats. But the puzzle piece floor mats are becoming more popular. People use them in their shops. They use them at their standing desks. So they're easier to find these days.
They may be called anti-fatigue mats.
Yeah, anti-fatigue. You're supposed to stand on them, but that's silly. Although we are standing on them right now.
So right now I'm drawing the spine piece here, the sort of that juts out a bit. I'm looking at it right now. I'm drawing it out just on paper, figuring it out. See how it goes. I'm going to do the side and top view of it, and I think I'm going to cut it out in a couple of pieces. We'll see how it goes. Stay tuned.
That's a quick one I can answer from Sam. The blue tape we are using is just painter's masking tape. What's the brand? Blue Hawk. I don't know why they're always blue colored, but it's masking tape that's not very permanently sticky. It's made to be temporary, so it's good for lots of applications where you don't want to pull up the material below it. I think that was an older question.
Yeah.
These are the old getting down to the older ones. Here's a Mass Effect question.
Right.
From Lisbeth. Making a female Korean armor cosplay for Mass Effect, and I'm having a little bit of trouble with the shaping of the acrylic plexiglass shield, which is going to cover my face. Do you have any experience with and/or advice working with those materials? Is that the helmet, or is that like a visor?
Which one? The Korean armor. Yeah, so that's like that purple thing that Will did for the Torian for what's her name? The Tally helmet.
Yeah.
So our buddy Will did those. He vacuum formed it, which is, if you don't have a vacuum form table, impossible. It's really tricky to do.
Yeah, it's really hard to heat form that kind of stuff by hand. If it was like one of the was a main character visors you can get where it just curves over your face in one direction like part of a cylinder, you can heat form that by hand with a heat gun. But to get that kind of even mask shape, you really need to vacuum form it. I think some people sell the kits.
Right.
Might be worth it'd be just for sanity just to order it. And you can get a fun purple color.
Yeah, look around. My shopmate Will at WM Armory used to do them. So go to his page, give him a message. If he's not doing them still, then he might know someone who is.
I'll let you get back to your spine.
That's cool. No, I like answering.
wonders how much you spend for a single costume, usually. Really depends.
Yeah, it really does.
Depends on the needs of the costume. Sometimes you have to buy a fancy fabric. Other times you can just make it all out of floor mats and make your own undersuit. I think we've spent as low as $100 on costumes, but lots of extra time.
Yeah.
Usually, like our hammered metal.
Where's your number?
So this is just a piece of floor mat, but on the other side, what? That was all hammered by a Dremel bit, a spherical one, and that just takes time. So it's like you can spend less on your costume, but then you have to do this kind of stuff to it. But it looks awesome. So yeah, it's also, I mean, you have to value your time as also something very important. Some say is the most valuable.
That's right. This is going to be not possible to cut because it's too wide. The widest I can cut it in is 3.5 inches in that bandsaw. You are limited by the tools you have at your disposal. I need a bigger bandsaw, really. That's what it comes down to. Yeah. Because the guard will only go up 3.5 inches. So the thickest chunk of something I can put in there is that big. So this piece, like I want to stack pieces up. So cutting it this way isn't that bad, but cutting it the other way to get this shape is going to be an issue because thickness.
Looking pretty burnt out there.
I'm getting a little tired. It's almost dinner time.
Well, the food's ready.
Oh, food's ready. Oh, dinner's ready. Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm probably just gonna have to scale this down a little bit so it fits. It's good to know that, though. It's good to know the limitations of your tools before you design all this, get your foam ready to go, and jam it in the saw like I did earlier and mangled part of my chest. Anyway, I guess we're gonna call it quits for today. We've been at this for like 5 hours, so I'm gonna go eat. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me on this lovely Friday, and I hope you guys learned a little bit. I hope you had fun, and I also hope that you go make some really cool costumes too. And go check out the Foamsmith Trilogy if you haven't already, because that's where all this knowledge lives right now. We have a print version of it coming out soon, so look forward to that. Maybe on Monday. I don't know. Maybe. Just saying. A little bird told me you should keep your eyes and ears peeled for Monday. Anyway, I'm going to roll out. But yes, thank you again, everyone, for hanging out. And I'll do this again. I'm going to be cranking on this costume some more. So I'll do this again at some time. Bye, everybody.